Stories on Instagram. From You are now tapped in with the Hood Mystic, your favorite astrologer's favorite astrologer, your favorite mystic's favorite mystic. Time to tap in now. You are traveling with the Hood Mystic.
You are now tapped in.
Vibration, friction and gyration. Pull over and get a citation. That ass too fat. Little mommy, you too bad. Pull over, that ass too fat. Little mommy, you too bad. Why can't every night be like this? Is it as good for you as me is? Kissing wherever we want, touching wherever I want. Girl, you so bad I'm gon' flaunt. Everybody watching, so I'm gon' stunt. Stare at that ass as you walk in the front. Drive through the interstate, you roll the blunt. Go anywhere, we do what we want. Yeah. Love everywhere, we fuck what we want. You are the one that I want. So many more before you, but you are the one. Where's my trophy? I feel like I won. Why can life just be like this? Waking up to your sweet soft kiss. Been through hell just to reach this bliss. I learned a lot, but the past not missed. My heart in your hands, so don't make a fist. Before you get mad, just give me a kiss. Girl, I'ma do it, you don't need to wish. Divine, feminine, intuit, submit. Yeah. Waiting for this day ever since I was a kid. Yeah. Never seen your face, I knew when I see it. Yeah. Wrote it before you, I know I'm a sin. Yeah. I wrote it before you, I know I'm a sin. Let's make a baby, let's make a life. Let's build a time machine and make it alright. We can spend money, we can spend time. We can spend eternity, we can spend life together, baby. Peace to the family. It's the Hood Mystic, www.hoodmystic.com. We are in the building. Hope everybody is doing well. Hope everybody is doing well. Gather around, gather around, gather around. It's going down early in the morning, fam. Just let this vibe play out one time, you know what I'm saying? Some vibes you just can't cut off before it's time, you know, you gotta let everybody settle in and, you know, feel the vibe simultaneously as we discuss this information. Peace to everybody. Shout out to the vibes, family. Shout out to you. Shout out to the vibe. Shout out to your family. Shout out to your mama. Shout out to your daddy for making love 30 some odd years ago. Don't nobody like my jokes. John like my jokes, so in that vibration as well. So how's everyone doing? Today's conversation will be discussing Atlantis, Ausar, Auset, and then connecting it to the astrology as to even why we're talking about Atlantis, Ausar, Auset. Obviously, if you've been following my channel, we've been referencing this Atlantis energy for a while now. You understand, we've been really referencing this energy, and I'm going to explain it. Also, if you're interested in understanding what this Atlantean energy is about, you need to watch a movie called Perfect Sense, tied in with the Addams family, but that's another story. But Perfect Sense, family, Perfect Sense with Ewan McGregor. You can get it off after wherever you pirate your movies at. the perfect sense if you want to understand this Atlantean energy. So basically, family, we going to just do this daily energy reading. We got a beginning, we got a middle, we got an ending, and then when it's over, I'm gonna open up the flood lines. I mean the phone lines. What am I talking about, family? We about to open up the phone lines and discuss this energy. I want to know where you at. How are you in the realms of uniting your divine masculine and divine feminine? Now, divine masculine can be internal, however, it could be within your relationships. And then the roles could be reversed. You could be a female dealing with your divine masculine. You could be, in other types of relationships for which those roles have to kind of be played out no matter of the gender. So I don't want to throw people off to think that I'm talking about sexual preference, sex, or man and woman. We're talking about feminine. We're talking about masculine, and we're talking about energies. Trying to process this energy for this whole entire weekend. I came to the John. John is hiding people, so family, don't take it personal. That ain't us. That's John going crazy on the phone. Yeah, Mama Mystic got him on the background. We'll unblock you or unhide you. Uh Shout out to John, by the way. At 8 last night. Woke up at 2, and we've been rocking. So having babies allow you to tap into that chaos energy a lot easier. However, for me to digress, let's deal with this Atlantean energy. What is it talking about? What are we referencing? We're referencing Sirius, right? We're referencing the constellation Sirius. In Egyptian mythology, they will call the constellation Sirius Ausar, or the hunter, Orion, the hunter, Osiris. But the thing about the constellation of Sirius, the alpha star of that constellation, meaning the brightest star of that constellation, has went dark. Okay? And because of this, you have to tie in other energies for which explain this energy in the past more as prophetism or divination. So I'm dealing with a lot of psychics from the 40s and the 50s and things like that. I'm dealing with a lot of like all types of other energies. John with the turn up early this morning. And because of this, I've been getting John actually has been channeling the energy of Adam. John has been channeling the energy of Adam because every single day, without fail, he watches the Addams Family, the 2019 version, every single day, right? To calm him down, to chill him out, I can throw on any movie known to man, he's turning up. I turn on Addams Family, he's chilled, he's vibing, he's cool. And Addams Family growing up was that way for me when I really think about it. However, AD or Adam ties into Atlas or Atlantis. Okay? The Berbers call Adam or Atlas Atala, and Atala was said to rise again. The Celts actually came from an energy or a place called Atlantico. Egypt said that Osiris was the king of Atlantis before it fell. In the whole Egyptian realm of thought, all of that Nephter and the 42 laws of Ma'at and all of the Egyptian mythology actually comes from somewhere else, right? It actually comes from my ancestors, right? So the Egyptians are babies to the father energies of Adam, right? Even in the bottom, right? The bottom of our religious thought, the Bible, the first man is called Adam. So here we have Adam, Atlantis, Atlas, And the channel last night from John, like I said, he woke up at 2 and to calm him down, we cut on the Adams family, and I cut on the Adams family for him, and he cool, he chilling, he vibing. And then John start talking to me because, like I said, it's 2 o'clock. So my cognizance and my lucidity is like 50-50. I'm here, I'm with you, John. My son, I gotta be a responsible adult, but the other 50 is still in the dream world. So the communication between me and John is strong, right? So he like the Adams family, then he's like the Adams family. I'm like, whoa, the Adams family. He's like, yeah, ATOMS. We are the Adams. The Adams. And I'm like, the Adams. Shit. This whole time. And I knew it was channel because I never put them two things together. Especially if you listen to my live yesterday when me and Prime Harmonic was referencing the energy of the quantum realm. Right? The energy of the quantum realm and the energy of Atlantis is your energy. This is your energy, family. So let's just break this down. We're dealing with the energies of Neptune, which we'll be talking about tomorrow. But today we're talking about the energies of Mars and Venus. The energies of Neptune is a Roman equivalent of the energies of Poseidon. And Poseidon is a primordial deity of Greek mythology. But that Greek mythology was inherited from Egypt. Egypt's energy was inherited from America, from the West, right? Osiris is the god from the West, right? So American Aboriginal energies is older than that which you call Egyptian, right? The idea, what am I talking about? Well, tell me about America before 1492 in full detail. Tell me about America in full detail before 1492. And if you tell me that the Indians was just running around here, just savage and killing people, and then the Americans came over here or the Europeans came over here and saved us, please get the fuck off my channel, fam. Please get the fuck off my channel because I'm not a part of that school of thought any longer. I'm not a part of that school of thought anymore. I'm a Atlan. I'm a Atlantean. I'm from Atlas. And so this energy of Morocco, America, the Moors, the Berbers, the Egyptians, so forth and so on, right, is just dealing with the energy of Atlantis. And I'm gonna break down the energy of Atlantis so you're not confused. And if you want to argue about me or listen to people talk about Atlantis that don't know what in the fuck they're talking about, they're just kind of dealing with their channels and they're dealing with the information, but you know, Johnny come lately. Obviously, you got to deal with the channels before they hit you. Because if you wait for the devil to show his horns, it's too late. But then at a different level, this is energy that's within us. So to tap into the energy that's within us, you have to know how. This is not a buy-in. This is not a support system. This is not a listen to my lecture later when I get really into detail. No, I'm going to give you the shits right here for free, right? Because it ain't my job to profit off of this information. I got other different ways for which I can profit, but we'll talk about that later. So when you deal with the energy of Atlas, Atlas is a king and the overlord of the 10 kingdoms of Atlantis. Now, if you Google the comet Atlas right now, you will see the scientific astronomical community reference about the proximity of the comet Atlas to our world, to our Earth. Okay? Just Google the comet Atlas. And what is the comet Atlas? The comet Atlas is a king and overlord of the 10 kingdoms of Atlantis, a mythical continent. So we got to remove the mythical because as much as Atlantis is mythical, is as much as America is a myth. So are we in America for real, or are we just imagining that we're in America? And if we're just imagining that we're in America, well, show me the science on that. Because as I've realized, I got to listen to Donald Trump ass every single day, remind me that I'm in America and we in America and this land and so forth and so on. So with that being said, what was this energy before 1492? Oh, I know what that energy was. I'm just trying to get you to think beyond your training and programming to understand where you are and what energy is coming online. So when they say Atlantis, island of Atlas, right? Atlantis, the island of Atlas, Turtle Island, is a fictional. We got to remove that because if America is fictional, then there's a trick to it. Maybe I'm in Africa somewhere and my geomancy is off. They've been telling me that I've been in America this whole time and really I'm in China somewhere. That's probable. But if I'm in America, then I'm in Atlantis. And this energy for which I do not know about because I've only been taught about how everybody came from Africa, right? No, we went to Africa, family. We went to Africa. We did not come from Africa, and I dare you to argue with me outside of racist ideologies. You can't tell me that you came from Africa outside of the same people that you call racist, telling you that the first person came from. The same person that tells you that you call a racist will tell you that everybody came from Africa and you'll agree wholesale. Meanwhile, your family's family was born in here. You even got Indian descent, Cherokee descent. So Cherokee is just another word for descendants of Atlantis. Okay? Do your knowledge. Deal with the psychic channels from the 40s. Edgar Casey. You got to deal with the channels. You got to deal with the energy. And if you haven't dealt with the energy, deal with that first. Then come to me. Visit the mounds. Talk to your ancestors. And if they tell you something contrary, then come to me with it. Okay? If they tell you something contrary, but if you haven't done the work, if you haven't been to the mounds, if you haven't took your family to the mounds, if you have not connected with the ancestors, own in this fight. I don't win nothing. If we all came from so forth and so on. Atlantean family. So however you want to do this. So I'm going to explain something. As to why we probably don't understand this Atlantean connection and why it's important now. And this is why you need to understand the movie The Perfect Sense. Because in the movie The Perfect Sense, all of the people who was losing their senses, they were losing their hearing, they were losing their taste, they were losing all of their 5 senses. At the end of the movie, they lose their sight. So they lose all of their 5 senses and then the movie's over. Still watch the movie even though I spoiled it because that's not the point. The point is we're not watching movies to be surprised or entertained. We watch movies to decode them. If you watching movies, if you come to me in my inbox like, oh, this movie was good, I'm going to disregard it and I'm not going to watch it. If you tell me this movie had knowledge in it, then I'm going to study it. I'm going to decode it with a notebook. Not going to go into a movie theater acting like this movie is good. Nah, this shit is poison. And if we don't decode the poison, then we don't like the poison of Contagion, Outbreak, all of these movies for which your subconscious mind can't tell the difference. Like if you watch Perfect Sense, you will see this shit plan for plan. If you watch Contagion, you will see it plan for plan. But then at the end of it, you got to understand that the root of the energy, the root of the control is fear. So we need to exercise that fear by exercising our divine masculine and feminine, which is tied into our Atlantean birthright. Because what we talking about is Ausar and Auset. Because if you deal with the mythology of Ausar, we all know, ripped up to pieces by Set, Isis puts them together again, and then they create Horus. All of that. Got that story. But where did they come from? What did they mean Osiris came from the west, right? What is Osiris and what is Isis? Is it just a wonderful story that we just pay attention to and regurgitate on our lives? Or can we explain it in real time? Ausar and Isis, right? Me personally, I'm going to deal with it in real time. Ausar is the structure and discipline of the divine masculine. Auset is the path and the knowing for which that is necessary for the structure and discipline. What do I mean? You can have a structure and discipline towards some straight up bullshit. But if you have that divine feminine within or to the side of you, she is helping you fortify your path, and she is helping you by simply knowing that you're going to be successful. If your wife comes into your auric field and starts to plant negative seeds that you ain't gonna be shit, that you're gonna be a fuck up, that you're gonna be a failure, that you're not gonna take care of your kids, no matter how much you want to do it, it's not gonna happen because your wife holds dominion over your path and knowing. And I know you feel like, well, don't no woman got no control over me. And that's a poor, that's really unfortunate. So many men, powerful men, rich men, successful men lose it all by having sex with a woman, right? And I'm not saying that having sex with a woman is bad. I'm saying you got to be really mindful because the right woman can wish evil on you. And when she wishes evil on you, you got to refer to your ancestors and your guides to pull you out of that situation. And if you're not going to do it, then cancel Christmas. So many men not strong enough to handle the energy of the divine feminine in her knowing. And I'm saying this to the women. Don't be in a relationship with a man and still wishing bad on him or thinking negative. If you think negative, it's important for you to exit that relationship because your knowing is going to sustain you. Look, I'm going to do you one better. When I met my wife, she was working, but spirits told me clearly, she can't work. She can't work. You got to work 2 jobs, 3 jobs, 4 jobs and support her. She got to feel so good about herself, and it's going to take some time, but she going to have to just relax. And if the bills get too much, if you feel overwhelmed, then let me know. And it's a spirit talking to me. Shit, I ain't never was in a position to take care of no woman. I was a truck driver. I was barely taking care of myself. Yet and still, I took the signals from spirit, and my wife ain't worked a day. I just hope that she think positive about our future. I think she think positive about herself and our children, and that's all I'm facilitating and hoping for. Her and her business, her and her success and her friends and her network. I hope the best things happen for her, but I need her to have that knowing and keep the path. I need her to be the path setter. So as a man, I can just simply walk down the path. I can utilize my strength and my structure and my discipline. See, about this Ausar and Auset and about this Atlantean energy that's rising, a person who does not understand this cannot communicate this to you. Because I know when y'all get in a relationship with these weak ass men, they be having you wanting to work your ass. Well, when you gonna get a job? You ain't gonna work? You just gonna sit around and clean the house and cook for me? I need some 50-50. Listen, if a nigga's telling you 50-50, you should have left 10. That's your roommate, sis. That's your roommate. If a man's not able to take care of you 100%, then it's not going to work. I'm talking about divine feminine. I'm talking about divine masculine. And say, for instance, you're single. I'm still talking to you. For your divine masculine is your structure and your discipline, and your divine feminine is your ability to know. your ability to trust, your ability to be guided by spirit, your ability to be dealt with the energy of the divine feminine. When you really think about it, Hambagira, or the energy of Isis, is said to be represented of 144 women. And Osiris is just one man. Okay? So why do I say the woman should just relax and take it easy? She need to get in touch with her 144 guides. And if you allow your woman to get in touch with all of her ancestors, all of her grandmothers, all of the goddess energy, that's 100. That's energy times 144 versus whatever you could do as a man. As one, you only gonna be one man. Your wife has the ability to be 144. You know it easily. You don't know what wife is gonna wake up this morning, right? You don't know which one is gonna. And don't worry, Friday we'll be doing a chat and chill. Me and Mama Mystic, relationships in the quarantine. But that's gonna happen Friday, so be sure to tune into that. But what I'm trying to say is beyond some magical, amazing thing that a person is just going to spook you up into, and maybe they exactly right and exact, and I'm completely wrong. But at least when I'm done with this conversation, you can cut this video off right now and start to practice knowing and actually working towards your energy, working towards your path. Where a person is just like, well, wait till you join in my class or wait till you join my webinar. Damn. So you mean to tell me if I don't have 1999, I can't be awakened to this energy? I gotta join your webinar? I digress. So astrologically, exactly. Exactly, Jay Davila. That's polygamy for your ass. When you allow your woman to tap into her 144 goddesses that she got within her heart. As a man, you got one goddess within. Your wife got 144. But if your wife got to go to work, I don't care what her job is, honestly. If she don't got, like, I'm not dissing. I'm just saying, and it's not gender based. I'm speaking purely matriarchal, spiritual, right and exactitude. Beyond your capitalist brainwashing that your ass need to work 40 hours a week or something wrong with you. Your wife could learn about a trade. She can learn things on her own. My wife paints. My wife does arts and crafts. I want my wife to just wake up and do whatever the fuck she wants to. I want to be able to bankroll her desire to go anywhere she wants. I want her to be able to teach my children the world. But this is Osirian because I realize the power of my wife when she is free. And I say this is the week of freedom. So I'm gonna keep it 100% blood raw. And if you feel like your wife need to work to help support you, then you might want to get off my channel because I don't deal with that shit. I came from a single mom. But my idea in relationships is that a man should be able to take care of his wife, even if I was making not even $20,000 a year. And I still made the choice to take care of my wife and family while my wife was at home. So it's not about being rich. And then as a woman, you got to understand that maybe this idea requires me to reduce all of the stupid shit that I don't even fucking need. Right? That's first and foremost. Because of course my wife was going out, buying chicken wings, drinking, and enjoying her 20s as she should have been. But once it came into the realms of a relationship, a lot of that shit died. And she would be like, "You need any money?" Like, I don't need any money. I'm good. And that's how we really was able to build and how we was able to grow. And even as we move into the areas of like more business and more financial literacy, it's so weird because I used to be so very, very spiritual, and I used to be so grounded in spirit and things of that nature until I came into the realization that that's what I am, right? So once I came into that realization that I am spirit, I began to do things much more on a mundane financial literacy level. And then the spiritual shit of a person saying, well, what do I have to do? You have to be yourself. You have to reflect that inner light. And reflecting that inner light is no class, workshop, meditation, reading, so forth and so on. The best thing that I can do is send you the prime harmonic to get you even into breathing deeply. Here you are breathing so shallow, right? Projecting so much fear from a breath space, let alone a mental space or emotional space or within your relationship. Your relationship to your soul is shallow. You can't even breathe for 4 seconds at a time. You all day. So those deep breaths. Okay? So this Mars energy and this Venus energy is actually trine. So Mars, the divine masculine, which we've been talking about. Venus, the divine feminine, which we've been talking about, is in earth signs. So the tangibility of this actual manifestation is actually in real time, right? It's real energy. So before we get into esoterics and I really like this guy, but I don't even know if he wants to even take care of me. He doesn't even have the desire to take care of me or want to take care of me or provide for me on no level. I just like him and I'm sexually attracted to him. Well, sis, you're going to end up in that situation is going to be a bad result. It might feel good at first, but long term, it's not going to be favorable. And if you just want the negative experience for alchemy's purposes, get into that toxicity, act like you love him, act like it's going to work out. So when he break your heart, you can really cry and be real, real sad. And that's all alchemy. And that might be necessary, but that's all that's going to come out of it. When it comes to real spiritual projection, you have to know that there is a man for you. You have to know that there is a path for you. And that's when it shows up. Your doubt and your propensity to deal with hood niggas and niggas who ain't worth shit so you can feel validated for them not being shit is the worst thing. Is the worst cycle that I see in the community. So how to avoid this is to know, right? Within yourself, if you're a woman, right? You have to tap into your divine masculine. Now, what is your divine masculine? Well, the divine masculine helps you understand for which what I titled this video for. Why? What's your why? Why are you doing what you're doing? Right now, last night, why did you have sex with that person? You just out here, right? Just doing shit, right? That's counterintuitive to the divine masculine. However, if you are moving in a way, and it could be anything, but do not, I repeat, do not reach out to me without tapping into your divine masculine. Meaning, you have to know why you're talking to me, because I'm going to be honest with you, right? I need you to be honest with yourself. Because I'm honest with myself. What, you want to talk about polygamy? You want to talk about a relationship? You want to talk about money? You want to talk about spirit? You want to talk about sex? What you want to talk about? We can talk about whatever. But you got to know why you even reaching out to me. So many people reach out to me. A lot of times people want to get so deep with me, right? And it's really about sex. But they know this is how I'm rocking. And then you come at me with sex. I'm going to say, well, absolutely not. I'm married. Don't disrespect me like that. You know that's how I'm going to come. Don't come at me with the spiritual shit to try to sidestep that shit or try to create the vibrations of friendship when it's purely sexual. And the reason that I'm saying this is because this has happened over 50 times with this internet shit.
So at this particular time, I can safely say that sometimes your thirst gets the best of you, right? And I'm low key locked in with my wife and my children, for real. So you gotta be really on some polygamy shit if you want to build a relationship with me and my family. You can't just come with me at the sly and think that I'm a, dip off for some pussy, right? So the idea here is that a woman has to be tapped into her divine masculine in all situations, because it's real easy to deal with a man and not know what the fuck you're even in the situation for. You're just around, just chilling, right? That's not the energy of Mars and Capricorn. The energy of Mars and Capricorn is an architect, stonemason, meaning he receiving the plays, he putting plays together. It's a young new energy. It's called works, right? Me and my wife, we wake up, we game plan. What are we doing today? What's the plan today? Do you need help with the kids? Do you got any readings today? Whatever the situation is, what's the game plan? What's for dinner? All of these things come, we are tapped into our divine masculine, is basically what I'm trying to say. And a lot of people, a lot of women want to come in here just be goddess, 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 goddess. And trust me, I worship the goddess. However, part of the goddess is Ishu. Part of Ausar is part of Auset is Ausar. Part of Oya is Shango, right? That's why I showed this slide, just to show you, like, just for you to think, like, why did they show all of these particular energies, female and male? And we can see that the female is at a higher space. She has the queen. She's either in front or in back, but she's representing a dominant position based upon her connection to the goddess. However, the dude is still present. The masculine is still present. So it could be an inundation of goddess energy, which is great. I love it. I love the goddess energy. However, there has to be a balance of masculine structure and discipline. Because if you know why you're reaching out to somebody, don't allude to shit with me. Don't tiptoe around this shit. I'm a real ass person. I got 3 boys, 3 babies, and a wife that's pregnant. That's real shit. I don't tiptoe around shit. I'm not dishonest with people, right? And I tell your ass, no, I'm good on that shit. I'm not fucking around with it. I'm not feeling your energy, right? Or I don't get down like that, right? You got a man, you trying to deal with me on the low. I don't get down like that, sis. I don't get down like that. Now, if you want to kick it and your dude know, let's do the conference call. Me and him can chop it up like men, right? Cause your wife's not your property. My wife's not my property. My wife goes on dates with other people. I'm not the sole controller of my wife's destiny and who she gets to talk to. You give your wife pure freedom to do whatever she wants, right? She's the matriarch. You are the chief. The chief is the structure or the discipline for the matriarchy, family. And this is the energy of Atlantis, but all of this energy is beyond the 5 senses. If I didn't get to that point in trying to explain perfect sense, this energy is beyond the 5 senses. So this is why I'm having the conversation for which I'm having it, to explain it beyond a point where you're just like, Atlantis is rising. Atlantis, y'all. So you can lead this conversation at least knowing what the hell that I'm talking about. If you're looking for a team, please let us know. If you're looking for a team that's trying to get money every day, that's trying to cash out every day, that's trying to learn these markets, please let me know. As I transition from spirituality to more mundane things, right? Please don't think I'm tripping. Please don't think that I went crazy. Understand that when you listen to this channel, you're going to get the spirituality, But then you gonna listen to the spirituality from other people. Like, what the fuck is you talking about? I understand spirituality, but can you give me some solutions, please? We got so much content to talk about that, like I said, every time I get on here, I be pacing the fuck out of myself. I be pacing. I'm not gonna, in the family, no, whether we talking about Slack, whether we talking about other situations, we are moving forward in the right direction. And a lot of people, like, this is the thing with me. If you apprehensive to a team because you got previously played in other team situations, that's perfectly fine. And you are not ready to be in a part of the shit that I'm talking about, right? You're not ready. Because I remember being like you, thinking about my past, thinking about teams as unfavorable, and figuring how I just need to do everything by my fucking self. And y'all know me. Y'all know my channel. Y'all been rocking with me long enough. I'm the best one to say, fuck y'all, I can do this shit by myself. I'm known for that, right? This channel is known for everything from the music, from the goddamn graphics, to the goddamn slideshow, to everything. You be like, this nigga do everything by himself. So that's a reality for me. And I'm the poster child of I can do it by my damn self. Okay? But I was wrong in that assumption. I was wrong in my life's path to imagine that I could have any future and project it completely by myself in a vacuum and not need no help and not need no guidance and not have no team. So when you deal with the energy of a trine, the ability to merge in Earth-like structures and Earth-like teams is natural and easy. And a lot of times people is like, well, I don't get into pyramid schemes. I don't do the network marketing thing. I don't do none of that type of stuff. I don't either. I run from that shit, fam. Like, no, I don't deal with it. I don't fuck with it. I don't. No, you network marketing? No, Until I expanded my mind and tapped into this Atlantean energy, for which this is something that I have to do. I have to build my network up. I have to build my team. I have to feed into my team every day, grow my team every day. We need to learn these markets every day. We need to move into the investor class. We need to step out of the employee class. We need to step out of the small business class. We need to step out of the business owner class. And we all need to collectively move into the investor class. Because y'all spend $200 to $300 a month on bullshit any fucking way. Uber Eats. You spent $200 to $300 on Uber Eats this month and you don't got shit to show for it. So, okay. Miss me with, this is a big investment. I don't know what to do. And you don't know shit. So, why wouldn't you sit and learn something? Have you ever been in a situation where you didn't know something and you sat and learned it and now you learn it and now you can apply it? Well, this is what we're talking about. And this is the opportunity me, Honcho, Dream, Ra, we presenting, but we doing the slow road and we doing the slow build. Because as we learn, we're beginning to disseminate that information. So this is definitely the time. And so beyond this, this is more or less speaking to being on the same page. I'm going to finish this up, No matter what, whether you in your teams, whether you team building, whether in your relationship, or whether you at the house by yourself, you need to be on the same page with your spirit. And I tell you what, if you chilling, watching TV, eating unhealthy, having random sex on Tinder, shit like that, ruining your energy, you wasting this opportunity. Ancestors is salty at your ass. So the first part is the feminine part, which is the imagination. Start at the imagination. The second part is the masculine, which is the work. When you in your relationships, or even as a human being, which is a physical manifestation, might be jealous of his feminine counterpart of the soul and his limitless. And you might be jealous of your own soul and then be the blockage for the transmission because either you don't believe that you know everything and all powerful, or just hate the fact that you are that because you can't do it like in human terms. That you actually have to meditate and connect with your soul. But then the analogy goes deeper into your relationships. I felt so fucked up that I had to work every day and my wife sat at home. That shit fucked me up. Because I'm talking about all of this in retrospect, obviously. The process of it was hell, right? The process was hell. But when I look at my children and see how well developed they are, I look at her and she's happy and free and, you know, conversing with people and just in her truth and in her light and just kind of just, you know, not stressing while she's carrying my child. It make more sense now, right? Because it could be children that my wife produced. It's amazing. My greatest creation, like the greatest thing that ever happened to me, spending time with my children. And it's really because I love my wife so deeply that transference to my children is almost, it's palpable. But if you was making love to somebody who ain't love you like that, I can understand why the connection with the child ain't there, because the connection with you ain't there. And that's a hard pill to swallow. But we need to think about this stuff before we start to make these decisions. Like I said, in order to tap into your divine masculine, you got to ask yourself, why are you around this person? Is it for karma's sake? I need to cry more. I need to bring more sadness in my life. So I'm going to deal with this fuck nigga, deal with these tears, get over these tears, and I'm going to be a better person. That could be a game. And that's what's up. I like that way of thinking. That's scorpionic for real. That's real shadow work. Dealing with a fuck nigga and knowing gonna break your heart and you still deal with him anyway. Ooh, that's the deep shit right there. Y'all need to be making videos about that. Except finding the perfect dude. Nah. I be fucking with fuck niggas. Better person. You know what I'm saying? That's a good video. Of course I kid. However, these reasons why are tangible reasons for us to come together. Not about the horniness. That horny shit is over. Oh, I'm horny, I want you. What? You don't sit your ass down and work on this business plan? We got a whole network that we trying to build. We need more people. We need graphic artists. Ain't nobody got time to be bumping uglies with you. Ain't nobody got time for that. But to go further into this energy, do what scares you. When it comes to network marketing and joining classes and joining groups and being on live calls and taking notes and learning information, I'm petrified, man. I'd rather be the spiritual miracle every day, channel the ancestors, Nam Ray Hum Gun Crew yo ass to death. You need to meditate. Just meditate. Go out into nature. Walk barefoot, right? I want to say that to your ass all day. You be like, hood mystic, you so deep, right? The spirit, by the way of my son John, said, moving forward, you going to have to provide the people with solutions. You going to have to be the beacon of spirit. And when people say, well, what have your spirit have manifest for you? You have nothing but receipts. So, as we move towards this new phase of the channel, as we move to the new phase of the group, be on the lookout for new content, podcasts. And if you're interested on being a part of this movement at the ground level, please utilize the links in the description and join chat. I mean, that spiritual shit is only gonna take you so far, and I'm spiritual miracle, and that's hurtful to say, but let's all tap in. Y'all want to argue with me? Let's argue.
You are now tapped in with the Hood Mystic, your favorite astrologer's favorite astrologer, your favorite mystic's favorite mystic. Time to tap in now. You are traveling with the Hood Mystic.
77. Your Gematria 77. What you gonna come up with? Atlas. Atlantis is rising. Atlantis is in the building. Let's tap in, family. I put the links up. However, I ain't even set up all the way. So if you in the waiting room, just give me a second. I'm gonna tap in with you and chop it up.
Cross mountain ranges, split cells, command the tools of tomorrow. We are a team of 1 million unique and powerful individuals. Join forces with us, and you can take on anything. What's your warrior? Find out at GoArmy.com.
You gotta connect your audio, big dog. Honcho, connect your audio so we can chop it up, or I'll help you out. So utilize the links in the description, family. Tap in with your boy. I got Honcho here. He is putting his mic in, and now we are good to go. What's good, Honcho?
What's good, bro? How you doing?
I'm great, man. Just had to get this word out before I start. Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, bro.
What's going on, man?
Just chilling, man. About to get this live out and then do some research, do some studying.
That's good. That's good. I just started studying all night. A lot of the stuff we got last night. This live though this morning though. You touching on team building, man. That shit important. You know, I was looking at a lot of people comment on team building and comment on, you know, what I'm saying, just trying to get together with people or being interested in putting in their efforts to, you know, other people's shit. You just like, I'd encourage everybody to, you know, in order to make your dreams happen, man, you gotta accomplish helping others make their dreams happen. Like you gotta be able to see what it looked like for a dream to manifest. You know what I'm saying? So
100%.
helping others manifest their dreams, you know what I'm saying, quite naturally put you in a place of experience to know how to manifest a dream, so you can manifest a dream on your own. But it take a team of people. It take a bunch of different people, putting in separate efforts to attain any type of goal that's worth having.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that's what I'm learning, and that's what I'm realizing. If I'm gonna be honest with you, that's what all of this shit is for, right? This next phase, like a lot of it is spiritual, and hugging trees and all of that is beneficial. Because my wife was telling me yesterday, like, I was clowning, and she like, nigga, you used to do that shit. You used to be that nigga, so don't even stay humble. You know what I'm saying? Like, stay humble through the process, because a lot of times that spiritual side is necessary, but the next step is to learn how to grow with people in tangible ways, and just
Right on.
this Mars,
and then still using your spiritual side,
exactly,
but applying that shit to the relationships, applying that shit to the team, applying it to your everyday, like having the spiritual knowledge and being able to spit that shit in the conversation, that shit nice. But like not saying anything about the spiritual knowledge and using it every day, that shit manifests.
Right.
So like using it inside of your groups with the people that you're dealing with, and everybody, and those people coming together like on a common understanding, like we all like fuck with this, we all study this, so since we study this, we're gonna use this inside of the correspondence between one another, so that we could consistently manifest together.
Right. And
it'd be the undercurrents of things that we don't pay attention to much.
And I think a lot of people don't. Can you speak to a person like, well, I don't really believe in what y'all talking about, because I got played before, that type of shit. Can you speak to that?
Well, having an experience that didn't go well.
Yeah, with working with
people. That's really
what
I hear. You had one bad experience, or you had maybe two bad experiences with some people. Okay, bad experiences nonetheless are still experiences that can be learned from. So what caused the experience to be bad? Like, can you narrow down the characteristic traits, or can you narrow down the different actions that the person may have displayed that you may need to set boundaries on going forward when you deal with the next set of people? And actually dissecting the whatever the bad circumstance was, and utilizing it as a catapult to advance you in the next relationship.
Right. And for me, it was like those lingering doubts that you don't know how deep that lingering shit be there for a lot of people. Like, you think that you ready and you can deal with all of the knowledge, but then it's like that actual point in time. He could come in. I'm doing it live. I can't help you. Yeah, but it's just really important to not let your past dictate your future, is really what I'm trying to get across. Because
habit of excuse responses, not excuse making.
Right.
Fuck that. It's just the whole response system is set up to create more excuses.
Right.
Instead of like create more solutions.
Exactly.
It's a program in new spaces to receive new experiences.
Right.
An example of that would be meeting somebody new, having a base knowledge and of all the experiences that you've had before, and then walking into new situations with your eyes open. The awareness of a fucked up situation in the past could really help you weed through the bullshit in a person.
And then,
but are you utilizing that as a strength?
As you saying that, I'm thinking about how we can come into situations and not educate ourselves completely, or feel as though because we don't have that education, I don't know, it's a weird thing. Like, we don't want to learn for ourselves. We rather another person tell us, or something to that effect. Like, but in this process, it's gonna take a need or a desire to learn something completely new, and possibly something completely foreign, and trust that process. you know, as opposed to just walking into something that's perfect.
Real talk. I agree. Compromise. Compromise with what you know. Once you find a group of people that you may can deal with or you can be around, see if you can join their team. Maybe they got some training that they can help you out with. You know what I'm saying? But really, man, like the approaches from the last decade or the approaches from the last century, like we need to get up out of them and create new approaches. A lot of the problems is we don't have real relationships anyway. We present ourselves in a certain way online, and and a lot of people really ain't none of the way they are, or a lot of people present themselves in a certain way online, but be depressed as fuck in real life.
Yeah, that's that real shit right there. That's that real shit right there. That's that real shit.
And I'm like, think about how fucked up you gotta be personally to present yourself a certain kind of way, but really be fucked up to where if a situation come your way and it's a real situation, like not online, I'm showing up to your city and
right.
we gonna deal with each other one-on-one, and when you show up for real, all the depression come out because you been hiding that shit.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying.
And if you don't have nobody to bring it out of you, then you think that your depression, sadness, and ineptitude is good because you don't have a group to be like, well, we said we was going to meet Wednesday at 6:00, but your ass is always late. You only going to know that you ain't up to task and you full of shit until other people point that out to you, right? It's good. You can be in a space where you think like you top dog, top shotter, everybody fuck with you because you by yourself. However, when you get into, all right, we said we was going to learn about pips and have a conversation about pips today, but you ain't did no reading, right? It ain't on us. It's on your ass for not even coming to this bitch prepared. So, like, I feel you on that.
Yeah, and when you see you dealing with those kind of people, like, I'm gonna be honest, here go the red flags and people that you be like, well, you know what, I gotta take that as what it is. If somebody don't show up, on time, or somebody don't show up at all, or just not diligent, I gotta take it for what it is. They're not serious, and that's okay.
Yeah, and it's okay.
It's okay, that don't mean the show stop though.
Right.
I ain't gonna sit on here long, man.
No, man, because me and you, we gonna do I already said that me and you gonna be my first guest on Coins and Currents. That's
we gonna chop that up.
We gonna chop that shit up. You know what I'm saying? We gonna create this radio network and we gonna really break this shit down for the people. And my thing is, we got to talk about this shit a lot. And maybe we gonna have to repeat ourselves. Maybe we gonna have to bring points that we brought up before. But in the space of this, the reason why we repeating ourselves, the reason why we talking about shit that we talked about yesterday is because you thought we was playing yesterday. You thought we was bullshitting.
I thought all of y'all were. Every single individual. I thought y'all was talking. And I've been thinking people been talking for a while, but all of y'all stood me up yesterday, and I respect you, man, for that. Because you all of y'all put me in a situation to show the fuck up.
And you got to become a better leader now.
You see what I'm saying? Now
you got to organize some shit. You feel me? So It gets to a point that we all capable of being leaders, but we have to at least have that little seed that say, I am a leader. And of course, we might not have a market. We might not have no friends. We might be completely isolated, but that little bitty part of you that's saying that you can actually change that shit, that principle is right and exact, because we actually dealing with these Pluto transformations and all of these masculine energies. And I think as we speak, the moon is actually transiting Pluto. Your life can change.
You should be honest with you. That's real. I was thinking about this yesterday, and I don't know to bring up my personal realizations, but you are absolutely right, bro. Y'all woke the leader up yesterday. All three of y'all put me you all put me in a situation to have to spend more money in order to make sure there's a future in this shit for all of us.
Right.
But that's, y'all taking action on some things that we've been talking about for months. But Also I was talking to Rod, talking to Shireen yesterday as well, just expressing to them how I didn't start talking about Forex yesterday.
Right.
I didn't start talking about cryptos yesterday. I didn't start last year. You
Right.
know, I've been doing this shit for a long time, and I've been talking to you about it at least a year before Manipulating the Matrix. And you know what I'm saying? At least a year before that book came out.
And that's the thing, and that's exactly why I said we gonna be repeating. Or as a leader, I think one of the most important things that I feel me and you both gonna have to come to grips with is that we might have to repeat ourselves. And for you, you might have to repeat yourself with people. The first time you tell me something, I'm gonna probably listen to you, but it ain't gonna sink in. The 21st time you told me though, it made sense, bro. So as a leader, you just gotta remember that it ain't gonna happen on the first time you tell somebody something. So if I know people gonna be on this channel, they gonna be confused. Why he say that? And he said that shit 2 weeks ago. Because you ain't understand it 2 weeks ago, or you would have ran. You wouldn't have walked. You would have ran to join a team and deal with people every day. That's about making money every day. That's about growing every day. And if you feel like, oh well, y'all sound a little shady and I'm not really sure, hold on to that shit, because you right. You know what I'm saying? It gotta be 110% yes. Because when you told me about the shit, before we even got off the phone, everything was in play. It was to a point where...
Yeah, that's how it's supposed to fucking go.
Exactly. Because when it comes to money, you can waste that shit on nothing, right? If it's a Dooney and Burke.
If we finna get to, if I'm in Ohio right now, bro, we finna go find a sack of weed and go chill somewhere. That we gonna spend money to go do that, but the same amount of money we spend to go do that, we could have spent in our separate cities to advance ourselves.
Yeah,
that's how yesterday went. But there's a science, bro. It's to building relationships, to sales, to all. It's a science to this. Like I mentioned, this is a seed was planted a long time ago.
Right.
But when you plant a seed, man, you don't see the roots growing, and you gotta come and water the plant. So like having conversations, putting my emotional state of being in a place where you can see, hey, bro, this is important to me, and I'm gonna show you with my actions, and I'm gonna show you with the way I live my life. It's important. So one day the seed that I planted in you will grow, and you'll see the importance.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And then over time that you've been, that there's a consistent reminder. You know what I'm saying? In reminding people, man, you gotta do that shit consistently. But you do it consistently enough, it becomes a total reality in their mind. Then they believe it, and then once somebody believes some shit, they sell it for you.
Right. And that's the idea of having a network and leveraging people within your team, and within. So even within our group, or even outside of your group, I think this is a good learning lesson for learning how to leverage people, how to deal with people in a space that they can only benefit you. Even when you invest, you can only lose what you make. You can't go to zero, right? You know what I'm saying? Even zero is like, you should be able to... You should think of it as doing Uber Eats for a month or something to that effect. You know, something to where you can just completely waste this money and have nothing to show for it. And then beyond that, you could begin to grow, you know. But if you feel like the money that you spend is like really valuable, or you actually think that you saving money, it's so deep, and we could talk about it so much. And we gonna get into this coins and currents first episode sometime next week. Me and Hancho about to go in on our weekly series, and we're not gonna stop either. I got my memberships activated, so I'm just thinking about ways to contribute and add value with information. This information is not holed up in a wall. It's just that people don't necessarily know how to communicate it, but that's where we come in. Me, Dream, Hancho, Ra, the communicators, the bridges from, you know, mumbo jumbo to shit that actually makes sense. But Hancho,
support your people though. Support your people, man. Like wholeheartedly. Like not just because they or anybody that may be special to other people. If you fuck with somebody, man, support them wholeheartedly.
Yeah.
Buy their products,
Yeah.
talk to them, ask them how they're doing, and actually sit back and listen to the answer.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like, support your people wholeheartedly, and then see how the relationships with the people that you're supporting grow.
Indeed.
You
And
know,
that's just
of
basically what we
something.
can bear witness to that, you know, growing
Yeah.
within relationships, whether it's books, now it's this, you know, whether it's thousands of dollars, millions of dollars, we still in the process of just growing. And instead of, like, you know, hotepping each other to death and, you know, coming to join me to talk some shit to you, every time I get on here, I just want to provide practical shit, and Hancho the same way. So, you know, Hancho, let's link up, of course, in our different modes, our various modes, modes of connecting and building. And we gonna bring people along this ride, but we gonna have to figure out a way to communicate it and bring it to a space where people actually know what we talking about, and they don't have to wonder, be in a space of wonder of exactly what we expect or how we plan to move forward. You know, and if people can wrap their head around that, you know, everything is gravy. You know? But if you apprehensive, you know, just be apprehensive. You know, hold that shit.
I'm with it, man.
All right, bro. We gonna.
I'll let you get to the next.
Yeah, for sure. Thank you. And family, I got a few people on the chat. I got people that want to talk, so I'm getting to you. You can hold. I promise that I'll get to you. But understand that when I do share with people, the share has to be complete. And I seen the order of people, how they came in here. So everybody on the chat, just be a little bit patient and we gonna build. But first we gonna deal with 817. What's good?
One respect, my brethren.
Good. What's good, man? What's good? Who is this?
It's C, my brethren.
C. What's good, C?
Man, y'all hitting right on the head. I'm just trying to keep the momentum going because it's all about inertia, acceleration, and all of these different terms that we're not familiar with, right?
Right.
I'm gonna let you lead the way. I just know that I'm right on target with what y'all doing. I'm planting my seeds like you talking about yesterday. So what y'all doing next week? What's the dates? What's the details? Y'all gonna put what you gonna post up when I need to, you know, check in, tune in on the conversation and be a part of the dialogue and a part of the network.
I'm gonna tell you what, man. We bum rushing the 1%, man. You know how they do the 99 and 1% thing? Well, it ain't no
Absolutely.
gate. It ain't no gate or no guard to move the people from the 99% to the 1%. We just don't understand that 1%, what makes a person a 1%er is their ability to invest, right? And we just we just don't have that. We don't have the knowledge. We don't have the components. We don't have the tools. We don't have the understanding of how to invest, how to risk, how to leverage our risk, how to grow from our risk, and then deal with the markets for which we actually are established with. You know, it's like this whole world is just upon an actual market that, you know, whether you know it or not, is nothing to hold you back. Besides your lack of knowledge, you know what I'm saying? So, and it ain't nothing to say that this information is locked up in hold or some secret passageway. You know, you don't even need no information. You actually can trade right now. However, you know, it's good to learn from people and leverage other people's knowledge, because if you're going to be real about some knowledge, you would say, I'm new to this, right? Or you know, you either new to it or you can help people. That's how I feel. So within these conversations, it's either or. You know, we ain't going to act like we know everything, because, like, as I was taking my notes yesterday, we don't change the market. We just react to it. And we understand how to react to the market that exists. And so that's just the vibrations for which I'm just trying to move forward. And I'm just trying to present the same way I do with the spirit, right? The spirit is abstract and it can manifest in a million different ways. The same way, but I try to make sense of it. I'm trying to make sense of these financial markets, not for me, but for my people, for myself, for my family, because I can bear witness that these markets exist, right? These markets exist. I'm not making this shit up. But my knowledge towards these markets is not there. However, one would say, if I build my knowledge to these markets, maybe I can begin to react in a favorable way to increase and cash out every single day. I'm on a group chat with 3,000 people making money, right?
Yeah.
So I can't act like it ain't happening, right? I'm just saying it ain't happening for me. So I got to get the tools and the skills. And the same thing that I did with my spiritual journey, I learned and I shared. That's what I'm going to do here. I'm learning and sharing that.
We brother, I'm right there. This one I'm going to leave with you because I like where you hitting on. I'm going to just add this little bit and piece in there with you. Mm-hmm. So if we paying attention to what's going on, everything boils down to what you just said. It gets brought in from source as a direct current, and then it gets alchemized into an alternating current. And they do this with ions. So if we think in the terms of atomic particles and the periodic table, and you think ions, where are they going?
Yeah.
I would think to follow Bill Gates, and that's where I'm going. Warren Buffett and them, I'm following them into that nuclear dimension. Like we already was there though.
Right, and we are that, right? It's like the analogy that I was trying to build up to the sports stars, and then there are certain coaches, right, and owners, right? But say for instance, you know, your coaching, your management team, your ownership is strong, right? Them niggas know what they doing. They could get a team together, right? They know how to pick a team, right? However, the actual team members go on the strike, right? They like, I ain't playing basketball for y'all. And then they like, well, the season must go on. So now you got your management and your owners out there on the court. Ain't they gonna get their ass mollywopped? Because it don't matter how much you learn about CERN. It don't care how much you learn about quantum mechanics and the quantum void. And I studied the stars and all of that shit. We are the stars for which they study. Therefore, it don't matter what they know. They cannot be, right? They cannot do. They cannot express for which the shit that they study. So that quantum shit that they reference, that atom and all of that, that's you, right? That's your awareness.
That's right.
That you are looking externally for. You looking for it.
That's
you're
right.
That. Right? That's the problem.
I get that part. I get that part. I know that it come off from us on the inside of the subatomic level. They basically taking the knowledge that they know about us, as well as the source knowledge is basically the Masonic symbol. They take the square and then they make a circle out of it.
Damn.
So a lot of people don't know that the root, the base numbers, like you're saying, we need to look at the base. We got to look at the base of the triangle before we can build, fool.
Right. And that's just where I'm at with it. I'm dealing with the base of, okay, if the banks is using this system to make money, this is like, so the analogy is like, all right, the banks is closed, right? But shit, I need my bread though, fam. Like I need my money, and I'm knocking on the bank's door like, hey, I need some money, right? I don't got my ATM card, obviously. So I'm like, hey, I need some money. Need to buy this loud. I'm knocking down the door. Right. The bank like, look, we got your money and we investing it into these markets right now. You can't access this shit. When we open up, because you know how your ATM got a limit, right? Your ATM, you can't just you can't just go up into the bank when they close and take some money out, right? You can only take up to however much your ATM allow you to take out, right? That's it.
Yeah.
You can't clear out your account when they close because they flipping your money on these markets. Now, does that mean that you can't deal with this shit? Nah, that don't mean that. It just mean that you do not have the knowledge to deal with it. This is where people like Honcho come in. This is where people like his group come in to, whereas, of course, it's a pyramid scheme and people is making money off of you. If you can't handle that, stay your ass at home. Buy some Jordans, get you some Popeye's chicken, watch fucking Netflix, and call it a motherfucking day. You feel me? Don't worry about it. You know what I'm saying? But obviously, if you here to make an imprint and you here to make a mark, you're going to have to learn from other people. You're going to have to pay people.
That's right.
You're going to have to do all of that. You're going to have to outsource. You're going to have to hire people.
All of that, all of the above, my brother, all of the above. This is where I go to say that we know that the measurements of time have to be reinvestigated, because time it comes from planetary time, and then it has to be transponded into civilian time, military time, and then that military time is the code and the Texas Instruments, them having the tables of all the measurements and conversions, them trying to monopolize that. As far as a decimal point, time being converted into a decimal point, that's where I'm at.
Right.
If we say that,
be that.
Go ahead.
That's what I'm talking about too. That decimal point understanding of your reality, for which I'm building on it yesterday, and we still hitting on it today. Probably gonna talk about it tomorrow. But go ahead. I mean it.
No, brother, I just wanted to make sure still too that I'm hitting on something that resonates with the, the direction that you all are heading. I don't mean to deviate you all from that energy that you all are building on. Like you say, it's the build, brother. I'm trying to just, where I fit in. If there is a spot that's just did a little chiming in here and there, maybe 10, 15 minutes, I'll be on about my business. But I know that we on the same wave. I'll catch you on the next round. But I know that 3 minutes, every 3 minutes is a 5. So they counting by every third minute.
See, and we off, right? Understand why we off. Why is we off, right? What is our primary
Exactly,
mode?
why we off.
What is our primary mode of time, right? Primary, meaning first mode of time, for which we can be able to say, all right, this how much time has passed. What do we use for that? We use a second. That's our primary mode of time taking. But listen to the word that I said, second. You off.
That's right.
You off before you even start, right?
Yep.
Just by imagining time to work as in a second. Time works in the moment. It's perceptual. Time flies when you having fun, because if you got an orgy with your dream women, time gonna go much different than being in the DMV in a long line to get your license. That's just facts.
That's right.
It's relative to your experience and your emotions, right?
Right.
So the quickening happens when you tap in, right? From that decimal point level, time is either faster or slower, but you are the manipulator of time, and you should not deal with that round circle that you see on your wall or that shit that's on your phone. That's just appointment setting. Like, I use that to keep appointments. Other than that, we in our own time. We in our planetary time.
That's right.
Feel me?
That's right. That's right. So as we continue down this avenue, where we're thinking of the time that they are measuring down to the science that is all things that is within us.
Yes.
If we know that alchemizes down to a formula, and they're using this formula, inversing this formula, and using the Greeks to communicate, we have to decrypt the Greek.
That's what the whole bill was about. That Atlas is Atlas and Poseidon is code words.
Right.
For your black ass and your family and your birthright and your it's 1 + 2 equals 1 + 1 = 3 is the formula which we dealing with.
Yes.
And if you can't get hip to those mathematics, then
I'm telling you, you got to go dig deeper. You got to go dig deeper. Now, I can mention, I'm not sure if you want me to.
Go ahead.
No, I ain't mean to say that, but just like what you said, that public is withholding a lot of information. That's memorization and not application.
There you go. If 1 + 1 = 2, that means you brainwashed, right? Into thinking that 1 + 1 = 2. And you can give all of the logical, mathematical functions to make it make sense. However, when you connect with your queen feminine and y'all are one, right? And y'all come together as one, you create a third. That's supreme mathematics. That's mathematics that you don't have to go to school for, right?
Right. This part that I'm looking at, I'm right there with you, brother, because that right there is like, wow, like you said, and then it makes you stop and think everything that you think you know, right?
Right.
So this part that you said here is, if we're looking at the market in the terms that we talk about triplicities, right? Mm-hmm. We have to build off of the past to get to the present, and the underlying effects of the past affect the present. Then once you have a set period, which those are differentiated between. So you have the past day, which is a trade day. Then you have that after hours period. You have the next day. You have another after hours period. You know, then they hit the future, or you predicting for what happened from the past, what happened in the future, in the present. Then you can predict the future based off of all of your underlines. If you know these formulas and how to graphically calculate them on a quadratic, man, I'm trying to get there, brother.
I'm trying
it goes
to get
back
there.
down to these chemical equations.
To get there with you, and however, what the application and knowledge will present, that 1 + 1 = 3, is all knowingness. We gotta trust this motherfucking process so motherfucking tough that everything that you say will come to you when you study it and you go to sleep. Don't worry about grasping it now. Study. Go to sleep and let your spirit do the rest.
That's it, brother. You said it.
Because that's where the magic.
I'm working on that.
That's where it comes.
That's right.
That's where it comes. That's where it makes sense. That's that bridge for it right now. We bring that energy for which we don't understand into the dream world. Because I tell you, over time, it just get a little bit better. I become a little bit more knowledgeable. When people was talking about it before, it sounded like straight up Chinese, right? Now it's a little bit, okay, a pip, okay.
That's right.
Okay.
That's right. We ready and ready to receive it.
Yes.
That's right.
Yes, I'm ready to receive through my knowledge. You know, you can't, and see, this is the problem, family, and I'm gonna just speak to this. If you're not ready to receive knowledge, then you're not really ready to grow. See, a lot of us want to go straight to the money.
That's right.
And this process will not allow you to go straight to the money. The same way as I say, you're going to have to represent yourself pro bono, which you do already. So that's why it serves you to understand law, because the ignorance of law is no excuse. But beyond that, you have to know the law, the codes, because you can give it up to a lawyer. But say, for instance, that lawyer got a backroom deal with that judge.
That's right.
These lawyers and judges go out to dinner and they'll sentence your ass to 20 years to life, and your lawyer will go out to dinner with the prosecutor and the judge after. They don't give a fuck about you. That's a dirty game, ain't it? They don't give a fuck about you.
You just another number.
You just another number. So you would serve yourself better by understanding the law and referencing the law, how it relates to you, and nobody can do that for you. Nobody can teach you, or I mean, they can teach you, however, your grasping or your knowledge has to be supreme. And you have to be there to learn it.
This is another few things I'm looking at to leave you with is, if you think about all the way that information is graphed on graph paper, if you think about how they keep up with information in quarters, okay, the graph paper is broken up into quadrants, so they have 4 quarters in a year. We're graphing all this information, and we need to graph and document it on that program, on that software. I have the name of the software I'm looking for. I think it's called. Don't let me hold off on that thought, but I had it wrote down, the name of that software. That it basically is the. There it is, Desmos Online Graphing Calculator.
And that's helping.
Now, I haven't tapped into that yet because I'm sorry. Go ahead, brother.
Yeah, for me, I'm just I'm not coming on this live acting like I'm some expert. Let's get that understood. I'm coming in.
No, I got you. We just sharing information.
Baby. So my baby version is saying, when I get there, I'm there. But if I'm not there, I'm not even worried about it. I'm like, what's in front of me? I'm trying to deal with what's in front of me, and when I deal with what's in front of me, I'm able to grow. But I'm not going to make any money that I spent or any type of investment that I've spent is already gone. I imagine that I bought me some Jordans that I ain't going to never wear. That's how I like. These are some J's that I ain't going to never wear. Here go this money. I done did it before. I done did it times 100. I done bought shoes that
you already know it.
I done spent thousands of dollars on that I don't know where the fuck. So I don't got a problem with money. I got a problem with investing.
That's it. We're working on that, brother. We're going to get there. I know that, like we said, we talk about all this that we had and then trying to analyze that everything they tell us to not pay attention to, we need to pay attention to. Yeah. The prime number sequence and counting in the quadrants of a 24 on the radar paper. We have to look at these numbers and the way they fall on that paper and be playing Sudoku and trying to keep exercising our brain even when it feels uncomfortable. Like you said, and then once you've meditated on these things, okay, now go to sleep. Like you said, brother, I'm taking that to heart. Yeah. And I'm just leaving you with that. Just continue to exercise and study is what I'm doing on the back end. I've been waiting to link up with you. I've been out here networking and doing my thing just from quarantine, though. Yeah. We able to use the ether through our O2 and still get our voice out there. We ain't got to move. We still can sit in the same spot.
Man, and we could do so much positive things and bring so many people together and empower so many people that when this quarantine, so-called quarantine is lifted, we will all have the ability to go where we want, do what we want, manifest the money that we want to manifest on a daily basis, right? Man, I'm gonna tell you some spiritual shit. So I'm a part of this group.
Love that.
I'm a part of this group, right?
Right.
But I've been doing the Bob Proctor meditation. Right? I've been doing the what is it? I am so happy that money is coming to me, so forth and so on. I've been doing those root meditations for years. Right. Going to sleep, meditating, right? So I joined this group and I'm looking at the teachers that's in this group. And I see Bob Proctor's name and somebody asks like, well, when Bob Proctor joined? They like last week. Last week. Straight up. So that's divine to me because he ain't have to join the group. He ain't have to be in that particular situation. But this is a spirit guide from years and years ago of me trying to grasp this energy of money, right? So obviously, if I'm going to take the signals and signs, it's saying that this is the next step. You done did all the vocalizations, mantras, visualizations that you can do, nigga. Like, ain't going to do nothing for you. What is the tangible, knowledgeable steps for which you to manifest? And this for me is that. And even if it's not successful, I don't give a fuck, right? That's my mentality.
Hey, not even if. Yeah. We dealing with the conviction.
Right.
We're dealing with the certainty that our investment and intention that we put on those two seals that they put on their money, we reverse osmosis. We reverse osmosis. They reverse osmosis. You feel me?
Yeah. And
we reverse it. Put it on them. What they call it? Fight fire with fire, but using their laws. But these laws are the natural laws. Now we talking matriarch and patriarchs. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. You know, these laws get alchemized into how do you want to say it? Saturn boundaries. You know, they get the patriarch or matriarchal law, and then they alchemize it to patriarchal law, and then now they put a boundary. You know, box us in. You know, we have to be able to, like you say, be able to do the measurements with the geometry, the trigonometry, put it all in there with those different formulas. You know, that's.
And all of this,
we'll get there, brother.
But see, all of this is like shooting a jump shot, right? We shoot a jump shot by utilizing quantum physics, air, trigonometry, geometry, balance, all of these things. But we do it in one foul, smooth movement. The idea now is to understand the reverse osmosis of it so we can get into natural flow state, which is within us. We are geometry. We are trigonometry. We are quantum.
That's right.
We are aerodynamic. We are this, right? But maybe we just forgot that aspect of us. And this within itself is the Atlantean rising within us. The Pythagorean theory is no longer a theory when you express it in the moment.
That's right. Apply it. This is what I gained from you, brother, is you absolutely been a benefactor in my personal development. I want to make sure to say that in a clear, concise manner that everyone, like you said, those that we are even unaware of that are listening. So you understand that I give credit where credit is due. Respect, my brethren. You the man with the plan. I'm just letting you know. I'm not trying to outshine shit.
Yeah.
All I'm trying to do is reflect that same source light that we talked about, brother, is because I come to you with love, I come to you with peace, and I appreciate you from the bottom of my heart, brother. We on the next frequency of the heart, the higher octave of the heart, is why all of this seems to be coincidental. That not even, but we know what the coincidence that we on that same frequency. You moving and transitioning as with the planets to the next cycle, which is from the root into the Aquarian mind, that we are getting into these markets and trying to configure and understand the mechanics of that digital world.
Man, look, and that's so crazy. We keep going back and forth, but I'm gonna just say this: like, you referencing that make me think about that red magic and kind of setting up my red magic deity, right? I set me up a whole energy for my red magic. And what that did is seem as though it freed me from that red paradigm, that root chakra paradigm, and it allowed my energy to rise up into the realms of being able to risk in the realms of finances. Because why? I'm no longer trapped in that root chakra, because I got my red magic warrior killing shit, doing all types of crazy shit on that lower plane. That's for y'all. I can't go back.
Right.
I can't go back. I can't go back to fear base, fear base, root chakra, fight or flight mode. My red magic warrior has taken control of that. Anybody that want to deal with me gonna have to deal with him. My energy and consciousness is now in the realms of financial literacy. But like I said, we down to slow walk this thing.
Right. It comes like they say, it all comes back to the pyramids, because the pyramids is the golden triangle, the isosceles triangle. The degrees in the isosceles triangle configure to make 288 degrees to be the full circle, not 360. So we have to understand that the degrees are different.
Right. And a circle can kind of be all over the place. However, a pyramid refines itself and constantly refines itself into a point. Structurally
predictable. That's what we're working with.
Right.
Structural predictions, and that's how you work futures. Now, I haven't made it to futures yet, like you said, because we all working together in this. I get flagged on this Robinhood app for day trading. You got to have 20 racks to day trade, but I know how to watch these markets based off of watching volume and how much volume changes over a matter of time. We have to talk volume and change in percentages, which gets translated into decimal math. A decimal times a decimal, then simple math, then you're able to make your calculations.
Right.
We have to then leverage those calculations into defined risk.
Right. And I tell you what, see,
as you learn, where do I start? Go ahead, brother.
As you learn, it's gonna be kind of your duty to teach and help us along the way. So, make sure you I don't know if you hit me up on the email yet, but be sure to do that, because you gotta be in your.
I thought I did, brother, on me. I thought I sent one already. I tried to send it again. Is it
hoodmystic@gmail.com. I told you to do it before. I remember telling you to do it before, but I ain't remember getting no email, and you probably did send it, and I didn't see it. So if you can do me a
that's okay.
solid,
I'm about to send you another one, brother.
Yeah. And the whole idea is for you to learn and to share. My goal with this process is to have everybody on board learning and sharing, because if you able to learn and share, you able to build your network. And regardless of the platform, regardless of the product, you got people that are willing to learn and share. I'm a Libra rising, okay? That's my principle for which I operate in, and this is just self-evaluation of what works for me. Some people is like, what works for them is to be selfish and to be isolated and just to learn and help themselves out. And that's perfect. That might be their rising sign. That might be their future. But my future is pure give, take.
Absolutely.
It's a revolving
Absolutely.
door. I'm trying to build
That's what electrons do.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, we swapping electrons, brother. I know that, like you said, I'm gonna send you the email from my email, and as well as if you feel like it's anything else that I can contribute. I'm always there for you. I'll be trying to catch you live. Sometimes I'll miss you, but I'm so happy. I'm so thankful to have been able to catch and link up with you today, just to swap this with you, chop it up with you, and then shit, we'll go from there, brother.
Yeah, man. The whole thing is me just having a whole like little small chat of like people that's sharing information and knowledge and just growing it. You my first member, so I'ma just be me and you for now, you know. But as people join, and as people build, it's just going to be, you know, coin talk, you know, currency talk, you know, trading talk.
I love it. Absolutely.
Because this knowledge base has to be built, this language has to be built. Of course, we not inventing a wheel, but we just adding another goddamn wheel to the goddamn vehicle. Feel me?
That's it, brother. I know that, like you said, what I'm looking at is the next communication. I either will look out for you on here when you post live, or I'll send you an email and look for any other content you have in your drop down. Everything. I'm locked in, brother. I got you. I'll be looking out for you and anything else.
I'm gonna send you, once you send me that email, I'm gonna send you a request that, you know, so you could just be in a space where you could build and grow and deal with other like minds. That's the idea. So I'll be looking out for that.
You like the Wayans brothers, man, when they did In Living Color, man, they didn't think it was gonna be that big. Watch what happened with it.
I can just take it one day at a time, and I have to receive that because, you know, Spirit told me that there ain't no situation for which it's going to be a point where I have a desire or wanting or a need. So this is actually the path that I have to walk. So even if this path is lonely, I'm used to walking lonely paths, but it seemed as though it won't be a lonely path. It'll actually be a whole movement of people who want to deal with the actual factual of things. And it's not about me. It's not about you. It's about truth. It's about truth.
That's right. That's
Absolute truth. Undebatable, non-negotiable truth. And if we able to move forward in that reality beyond race, gender, spirituality, modalities, it don't matter if you burn incense, if you burn candles. When this price break, you better sell or you better buy, right? Don't matter what.
You know it. That's the name of the game, brother. And you can sell before you buy.
Yeah, you can do demos and things of that nature. So it's really important that we get off of the bullshit, right? And deal with the
Absolutely.
Real shit.
Man, the real shit, the trill shit is right here. Pimp C told us, man. R.I.P. the trill ones, man.
Ashe. I'm about to run that whole sweet diary of Sweet James Jones after this live.
Hey, straight up, brother. Hey, say, man, keep the positive momentum going, brother. Don't let me hold you. I send love to all you and yours and your family, all that, man. Keep the family strong, brother.
Received, man. Received. Now I'll be looking out for that email, C. Thank you.
Got you, brother.
All right, peace.
Later.
Ooh.
Peace,
Shani. What's good?
It's Shawnee. I changed the pronunciation because of the town in Nigeria. I figured they had it better than me. So
got you.
They pronounce it Shawnee.
Got you. Shani. What's good?
Okay, so that was a lot, and I love it. Oh my goodness, like I'm living with this live today, right now, right? But I wanted to go back to the divine masculine that you were speaking on before you had opened up the lines, because that to me was more eye-opening, because I am this divine feminine woman that's been going through this journey since I'm 22. I'm 27 now. I'm a Libra sun, and I'm a Sagittarius rising. So I've been just always, you
in the game,
checking out what's going on.
You in the game,
right? So I've had this really, I don't want to say negative, but there's just this really down thought about a divine masculine for myself, and a man that actually understands that I am a different person every day I wake up, and I'm okay with it. I work with it because I know the Spirit is working with me, and I trust Spirit so much that I don't even question things anymore. So I felt like, maybe I'm just meant to be a 3. Maybe I'm meant to be the one that connects other people together, and I'm just there to watch because I'm strong enough to be able to do that and be alone. And I'm also a self-love advocate. I feel like people should go a year and date yourself, or a season at least, and date yourself and get to know yourself. So I've done, a lot of work within myself, and it's not a lot of men that have cultivated themselves the way that I have cultivated myself. So I want to commend you and just the energy that you bring for giving me hope that there is possible. You know, it's not a pipe dream, you know, of mine.
Right.
But yeah, so that was the part that really got me going. But all of that stuff, like, I'm definitely interested in the stocks and bonds and the investing and stuff, because that's definitely a side of things that we don't talk about, and I think that's the missing piece.
Right.
And the fact that you are so masculine thinking, for me, you're giving me a lot of, I guess, clarity on a lot of the thoughts and just the ways that I was going about things. Because I'm all over the place, okay? I'm completely feminine in this point. I'm a masculine woman. I'm a Libra moon, Libra sun, and a Libra Mercury. So I'm all masculine. I had to come into my divine femininity. I've always been a tomboy, always been into, you know, other weird shit like that. But I had to come into my femininity. And now that I'm in it, I'm basking in it, I'm here, it's different. Because you do, and you're like you said, you have to know what you're talking about to know what you want. And that is a masculine thing. And I don't know, I've always been told that I'm a very opinionated person, opinionated woman, but I don't like that, because opinions, I like to go in facts. I do my research. My mid-80s and Virgo, so I have to know everything about everything. So when I go off on a tangent, I'm in there. Anyway, sorry. I just give you a little idea, because we've never talked before.
Yeah.
I love talking to like-minded individuals.
Right, and we never talk. That's a misnomer. Like, as spiritual beings, we have to come to the realization that if we're in contact with each other, the proximity of lifetimes, and the proximity is that there's not many of us. So times that spiritual beings, there are probably a handful of us, but we've all had multiple lifetimes times an exponent of 1,000. Like so the possibilities of us talking is high versus low if you like coming from that spiritual place. But yeah, I think I'm just gonna echo what you said. Knowing what you want and coming from that place is just as divine and masculine as you would imagine it to be. And that's really the struggle. It's the struggle, but it's also the beauty. I think Talib Kweli put out a CD called The Beautiful Struggle, where just knowing what you want is all you have to do. Knowing what you want for yourself, but then knowing what you want for your team. So, you know, you could be on this journey, right? And this journey is going to lead you to merge. I'm not saying now. I'm not saying like that Libra energy, that Sagittarian energy. It's kind of confusing. However, you're going to have to really deal with the merging of your energy with other people. So obviously knowing that you want that is the first goal, not me saying it. So wherever you come to the conclusions of what type of relationship you want, you'll walk into it. Business that you want, you'll walk into it. Friends you want, you'll walk into it. But it's hard to formulate what you want, because the idea of what you want is automatically met with you ain't gonna ever have it.
Right.
Before you even get there.
I've learned the art of ignoring that motherfucker in there, because that motherfucker is ignoring. It's like, okay, I get that. Thank you for that reality, because I know that exists. Now let me go back to this one.
Yeah, that's a possibility. However, we move forward with the knowing and the power of, you know, truth and spirituality, and then like trust, asking your spirit things. Is this person right for me? Is this situation right for me? And if you have questions 10 times out of 10, it's like, hell no. But you know, and it's yes, even if it don't work out in your favor, that lesson was meant to happen. So it's not basically
meant to happen. Exactly.
Yeah. So the idea is to be free and to really dive in and just really jump into
That's
whatever.
why I don't let people think that they wasted their time. Like, you know, people will be like, oh, I wasted my time with that. I wasted my time with this relationship. I'm like, well, what did you learn? At least, if anything, you learn what you don't want. So go with that. Write that down. Remember that. And keep it moving. But no, I like that. And I definitely want to get in with the whole, I guess, explaining stuff to the masses, because I'm kind of like you. I don't mind doing the work. I don't mind doing this research. I don't mind going diving deep, and I don't mind explaining it to you either. I don't mind, like you said, with that repeating. You will be repeating yourself because there's so many people. Like there's probably 2 new people that came in just now don't even know what we've been talking about.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So
and
you will have
that's
to
funny. That's
that.
funny. I just because it was like, you know, what's the platform? Like, what are you doing? And you know, all of these particular things, and it's just like, at a certain point, we got to be able to kick it and talk for a second before you just kind of just be like, all right, this is everything that because if I lay it out in front of you, like I might be wasting 2 hours of your time, my time, however, having to build and then be like, well, I can learn with you guys long term and then ask questions long term in the setting for which like these things can take place, because all of these business acquisitions that I've had or ever had was because I've sat and talked to people about shit that don't have nothing to do with business, right? So it's like, I know we want an easy solution.
Because it's a relationship. When you're going into business, it's a relationship. And they like to, in white America, they like to separate it, because I'll be watching that. They like to take out emotions, take out, you know, connecting with people, empathy. They like to take all those things out. But no, that's all of that, because I look at business like a marriage. If I'm going into business with you, we married. It's just not going to be in a way that is sexual or, you know what I'm saying? Well, unless that's all business, you know what I'm saying?
But that's 7th house. That's Libra, right? That's that's partnership. But partnership don't have to be bump and grinding, right? Partnership could be business
it's
partners.
a mirage.
Yeah.
It's a mirage, a merge. It's a merger of your energy and this person's energy. I like to think of businesses as a baby too. You could birth a baby with a bit, or you can, instead of birthing a baby, you could birth a business. Like that's how, you know, my brain works in certain ways or whatever like that. It's just real. Everything's like kind of washed together, and people be like, "Well, where are you going with this?" And I'm like, "It's the symbolism. It's the symbolism." Like.
Right.
But yeah, so no, I guess, yeah. And I thought my 7th house was empty until I actually studied astrology and realized that my 7th house isn't empty. It's just somewhere else.
Yeah.
But
it's relocated. And however, I was going to say, you know that you're ready when you're ready to contribute. So many times, like a person might have a lot of things going for themselves, right?
I like that.
And then they be like, well, what am I getting out of this conversation? You're actually getting out of this conversation what you have to offer to the group. If you and if you come into the situation, like, what do we have for you? Not a damn thing, right? Don't have shit,
right? Right, because you don't have nothing for us, and it's about equal exchange.
I have ears. We operating in the realms of Libra. What do you have to offer in the realms of business, in the realms of success, in the realms of information? What do you have to sell? What is your network market about? That's the information for which I'm trying to absorb. I'm not into situations where a person coming with their hands out. Obviously, we trying to incorporate or build leaders. And even if it's the modality that you don't have anything to offer besides ears to listen, because that's all I have for you. You know, besides everything else that I provided, all I have now is ears. So it's not like group working and building with people is not all about, you know, what you can receive. To me, is what you can offer. And what I can offer is a platform and a place for everybody to kind of be on like minds and be on some particular code. But this code that we're all on is spiritual, past lives, realizations coming to fruition, right? And we don't consciously know that me and you is kindred, but you can feel the vibration with the resonance of what's being said. That's how you know.
Yes, I definitely feel like it's weird how to explain it, but being somebody that's always looked at as the smartest person or a know-it-all is comfortable being someplace where everybody is literally just on their shit. I'm just on my shit. It's not even about how better I am than you. I'm just interested in it. Get interested. But I have that issue in my life with my personal life, so I'm moving from that because that's keeping me down. I can't stay like that anymore. I can't. You know what I mean? I can't feel bad for wanting to excel and wanting to elevate. And that's all I'm about.
Right. and that's really what it's about. And being around other people that want to excel and elevate, you will notice that I'm reverting to what we was talking about way at the beginning of this conversation. The modality of self-love being the primary modality of how to communicate with other people. Right. So I'm talking shit, right? Like, but you gotta be able to stack this shit like Legos, because it's like, if you able to communicate your self-love, then you're able to constantly show up with something to offer. However,
with something to offer,
when you're outside of this space, you're looking for me to love you with, whether it's my knowledge, my information, so forth and so on. And I'm hit or miss with that shit. I'm not even gonna hold you. However, the advice that I have for anybody when it comes to exactitude and 100% accuracy, self-love. Whenever you confused, wherever you lost, and then that self-love should indicate an abundance or overflowing of energy that if you don't share it with another person, it's just water splashing on the motherfucking floor. Need a system for which you can communicate your self-love. And this is a business, this is a partnership, this is a teamwork. However, the major component to this shit is self-love. And I know that's not the mentality. Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, because I'm a Libra, and, I look at things in a relatable way. So I was just going to say that even when you have an issue or a problem with something or somebody else or entity or whatever outside of yourself, go within yourself. Go check yourself. Like, however you was going to cuss them out or sell them off, tell it to yourself, because you're the one to put yourself in that position. Accountability is everything, because with it, we wouldn't have any type of strife between each other, because I've already checked myself. So now all I got to do is come to you and apologize for how I acted, because now I'm when you know better, you do better. So now I know better to not act that way in those moments when I get like that, or I'll just walk away. I have to walk away in certain moments. Like, if I'm in a relationship, I don't want to say anything mean or nasty that I'm going to regret later on, but that's just the Libra in me. So I'm just, what's the point, right? If you're going to remember something nasty about me, I'm just going to walk away and not say it, because I'd rather just keep that. You already know I'm pissed off. You don't need to know, any more than that. No, overdo it. But I'm a sensitive being, period. So, and I recognize my sensitivity as a power, not as a weakness. So don't try me. My Mars is in Cancer, so I will kill your ass. I don't care. I will love you and nurture you, but I will fucking kill you. I don't care. It is what it is. I'm in tune with both. So, you know what I mean? And because you have to be in this plane. I've learned that. You can't be too high. You can't be too low. You got to be in the middle. You got to be able to interchange. You got to have an elevator. You got to be able to go up and down effortlessly. You never know who you about to come across.
Right. So in the spirit of that, we have to, what I try to do with these lives, or what I try to do with these conversations with my friendships, is promote the ability to be consistent with each other. That's why the Slack platform is there, because of course we can have the most amazing conversation with each other, and then that whatever insecurity rises up to say, like, whatever happened when we get off this live, the distance, the time, the energy, it dissipates, and then it's like, damn, I wonder what's up with Shani. Like, I ain't talked to her in a minute, that type of shit. So it's just like really important for me to, like, in this energy exchange that we're having, it would be like to make sure that you just have somebody that you could build with, every day.
And that's important.
Yeah, it's very important.
That's important. No, I completely get what you're saying, because as a Libra, I am very flighty, but I get that though, because even though Libra is flighty, we're still consistent. It'll never be different. It'll be like, oh, we haven't talked in 2 weeks, so now I'm mad at you. It'll be like, hey, what's up? Oh my God. Like, and it'll be the same thing as if we never even, like it never even stopped the beat. So I totally get that. And I agree. I have already checked myself on changing how, to stay in touch and stay up on people, because I do have a detached nature about myself. But I'm willing to do that, especially now in these times. I mean, we have to. It's getting to the point where you have no choice but to see it or not see it. And if you don't see it, then I can't help you. I can't make you see. And I'm not going to exhaust myself to do that.
And I'm gonna speak Libra to you one time, like, cause like I said, Libra rising, so I understand the energy, and especially in relationships when I feel a certain way. The thing that's helped me, you could take this, cause you the goddess, and 1 versus 144. I'm just sharing, right? When I have issues with people, I always have issues with people, like constantly, like throughout my life, like this person, that person, this person, that person. Up until recently, like, cause my wife, she's that constant mirror, right? And I'd be having the same shit happen with her. She doing this, she doing that, she doing this, she doing that. Up until the point that I realized it was my expectations and desires that I put before her. It would never stop. But I give it up now. It's like it's me and my pettiness and my flightiness. I be wanting to run away. I don't be wanting to deal with shit. You know what I'm saying?
You're that because you want everything to stay peaceful and perfect, and when it's not, you're like, no, keep it the way it was. Right. No, I totally get that. I get that. That's that Libra, right? When you said that, right when you said the way you're seeing things and the way you're taking things, because it's never going to be perfect. Libra has this perfect merger, this perfect kumbaya. Yeah. Let's be friends. Let's all love each other. We have that, but it does not exist.
But you gotta let that part
even if it does exist, it's not gonna be constant. It's not constant. It's something that it's a state, and then you go into different states. And Libra has to come to that reality that there will be times where you have to confront somebody, or somebody has to confront you, and you have to be there to stand 10 toes down. You know what I mean? To level up. That's the level up. And for me, I've had that. I'm not. I mean, I hate confrontation. I hate arguing. I would definitely let's talk it out before we do anything. But I have had to learn that confrontation is sometimes necessary, and sometimes you have to do that to balance it out, because people will take your kindness for weakness.
And you're good at it.
They can just walk all over you.
You're good at it. That's what I learned too. You might want to smoke because you good at the smoke.
It's fun. It's fun. And I'm like, don't bring it out of me, because I don't know how to stop. That's my warning to people. It's not that I'm going to hurt you, because we can go toe to toe. I don't care what you got. You can have a bazooka. And if I'm still alive, I'm still coming at you. It don't matter.
Yeah, right.
But just know I'm having fun with this now. It's no longer my conscious mind is gone.
Yeah.
So all is fair.
Yeah.
I might fuck around and you never know.
You just never know.
But that's what people don't get about Libra, and that's why we don't like to go there. What's your sun sign?
Virgo. Well, yours is reverse. So yours is reverse from mine. I'm Cancer, Virgo, Libra, but Moon, Cancer. You said Mars and Cancer, but then I got my Neptune and
which Mars hates. Mars hates to be in Cancer, by the way.
Mars hates to be in Cancer. However, that's my spiritual warrior placement. That's my.
Me too.
That's my ability.
And I think it is a really good placement for a warrior, because Mars doesn't think. It doesn't act. I mean, it just acts. It just does.
But
and that's a lot of that. You could look at Tone.
It can't move as fast as
it wants. So it's calm. It's suppressed.
Yeah, so if you're able to have long-term goals, it's easier to manifest. It's just what frustrates Mars and Cancer is short-term goals and immediate gratification, for which might not be satisfied in the space of your friends. Like, your friends is turned up and you like, well, like you that sloth when it's time to turn up, and you look up like, all right, I'm ready. Motherfuckers is gone.
Because you're not feeling it. Because you're not feeling it. You're like, I'm not feeling the vibe. I'm not in this with y'all. Like, I'm sorry. Yeah. I'm thinking about some other shit that happened to me earlier. It pissed me off. I just can't get with it.
Slow to recover.
I can't get jiggy with this shit.
That's beautiful, man. It's been a beautiful share, but like I said, these shares can happen all the time. It don't have to be with just me. It's hella. What I'm noticing is that the goddesses is on the slack. So, the goddesses is on the slack, family, and you got to come more than correct. And it's goddess on goddess, so it's like more or less the bros we gonna have to connect.
No, you're right, and I've been afraid. I've been afraid. No, I actually went viral back in 2017 or 16, maybe 15. I don't even remember, but I got scared. And that's what happened with me. And then I didn't get scared because of the pressure that people putting on me. I got scared because I thought the government was going to come and kill me before I could jump off the porch. So I'm like, I don't want to be unprotected and be saying this shit. And nobody, they don't know what the fuck happened to me. So, and that's that. And the ancestors have told me already that's not a place to live. That's not even logical. Like, you don't have to fucking worry about that. Like, so no, I hear you, and I hear you. And the goddesses have been slacking. We have been in some way, shape, or form, whether we've been distracted or out of fear or whatever. But don't worry, we getting into it.
Y'all getting into it. Y'all connecting. Y'all talking with each other. Y'all building with each other. Y'all working together. And all this is happening. I ain't saying that the slack is the only place that is happening. It can be happening at your damn community center. However, the goddess has awakened. So you do yourself a favor by connecting to other goddesses and building in safe parameters. Because you know how planetary alignments, when they come together, volatile shit happens. That's why the internet is such a perfect way to build with another person, because if they ever decide to cross that line, that block button is so easily accessible, so easy. You can't do that all the time when you're close to people, but the internet really do allow you to connect with people and keep your distance too. So I could only suggest that, because the more knowledge you have, the more people, the more ways that you could be a 3, the more ways that you can connect the divine masculine and the divine feminine, the more successful you be. I think as talking to you, I'm thinking about the energy of Zig Ziglar, whereas the more people I help, the less I have to worry about personally. I'm paraphrasing. It's more or less to that.
Right. No, I get that, because we do all have our own little like quadrants or our own little like, you know what I mean? People that couldn't resonate with us. Right. So I totally get that. I get that, because I like that. I'm like, yes, you can connect with hood, connect with hood. You can connect with this person, connect with this person. Like, yes, get the knowledge anyway. By any way means necessary. Like you said, there's no walking over toes or walking over this, or like the brother said to you, and he's just happy to be connecting with you. It's just like that. It's just like that. We're all on the same level because we all want the same thing. You started this because you wanted to speak the truth, or you wanted to connect with true speakers. Either way, you wanted some type of your energy to be heard in some way or shape or form. And I like that. Like, I appreciate that.
Yeah, and I see the same for you.
But I'm gonna get off though, because I know people.
Sure. Yeah, and I just wanna, keep that grapevine open and just let you know, like, you can always reach out, you can always connect, and that's not like some half-hearted shit that, oh, you say that all the time. I be really meaning that shit, and everybody can.
You don't even know. I'm probably about to get on your nerves. Yeah. You don't even know. Like, cool. I'm probably about to get on your whole nerves, that's and your wife too. I said hi to her too in the chat, and I love the way you spoke about her, and I definitely want to connect with her too, because she sound like me. So yes, I'm probably gonna get on your nerves, but let me get off of here and let somebody else come on. Peace and love and blessings.
Peace. Thank you for calling. Speaking of the Slack, we got one of the honorary members been rocking with the Slack for a while now, Michelle, in the building. And I got 2 more calls. 402, hang on, don't hang up. I appreciate your patience. As soon as me and Michelle get finished rapping, I'll finish the whole call up with you, so stay online. But Michelle, what's good?
What's up?
Chilling.
I was actually just sitting here because I came on the live like kind of late, and I was like so forth through these Zoom meetings. So I was like, well, let me just join the Zoom so I can listen. Because I was listening to I think I was on this fashion lot Zoom this morning. I don't know, and it's crazy because when I was listening to them, I was thinking like, there's no freshness in this. Like, it's the same people talking about the same thing. Like, it was Vogue's like fashion. That's what I'm into. That's what I went to school for and everything. I'm into fashion. So
I can say,
but it was the same people talking about, what is the future of creativity, what's the future of fashion and everything. And it's saying Marc Jacobs, Anna Wintour, like Edward Engel. Like, I was just like, where's the freshness? Where's the newness? Everything has everything has pretty much been put on hold.
Right.
Like,
even creativity.
Yes. Like, I mean, of course we need creativity, because that's just, I mean, we wouldn't have
Do you got
like,
a
we need
sewing?
creativity.
You got a sewing machine?
Yeah, I do.
You be using
Like,
it?
I know how to do. I do use it, but not not every day.
That was a trick question. That was rhetorical shit. But maybe use
Really?
that. Yeah, use that sewing machine more. Be more creative, as opposed to what you want and what you seeking is because you are that. That, like, maybe you might have some time. I don't know how your day is structured, but a lot of what I was referencing was that, we tend to seek what we are, and you know what you are by what you notice, and also doing what you hate or doing what you don't like, right? Which probably is more
Yeah.
being creative and tapping into that inner child where all you used to do as a child was create. Am I right?
Yeah.
Wrong?
That's definitely right. And I only used to like create fashion designs all day. I used to go show my mama all day, like, Mama, look at this, or something
Yeah, so
related to fashion.
you looking at that live stream, and you looking at yourself, and you looking at what you not doing. And it could seem like the fashion industry is on some bullshit. But we got to be real internal about this, because
Wow.
when the
That's crazy.
when the goddesses raise up, they raise up, and they got a lot of y'all like on spotlight, where so certain energy that exists you might be looking into and following, right? And you might think like, how did they get so successful? Well, they'll communicate to you if you open, and they tell you that the reason that they're successful, the reason why they have this husband, that husband, or dating this man is not because they look so good, right? It's a lot of women that look beautiful. However, the women who are doing the work, they're doing the inner work. And however that manifests for y'all, because I'm outside of that realm. I'm like the middleman to this shit.
That.
You know what I'm saying? I'm just the middleman. I'm just the messenger, right? And they're like,
that clarifies what I was thinking about yesterday, because I was trying to figure out why my relationship with my guy has been coming up so much, and it's been like bothering me. But yesterday, I think I got the confirmation because my friend, she called me and was telling me, no, I called her because I had asked her a question about my job. And she was saying like, I guess some good news. Like, I met a guy during this quarantine situation. She was like, yeah, they met through some Facebook dating thing or whatever. And I was like, wow, that's crazy. Like, they were saying like people were gonna start meeting each other, like the oath, and it was gonna be like teenage love and stuff, like sitting on the phone and stuff. And she was like, yeah, it's been like that. We just been like on the phone, and I've been going. She's like, I'm not gonna lie, I've been sneaking over there and all this stuff. And I was like, that's so crazy. And it literally brought up like like the feelings I had at the beginning of my relationship, and how it was like so fun. We was always around each other and all this stuff. And like, I always get this question from like friends or people around us. We always get this question about like, how did we make it work and all this stuff, because we so young, like in this, how did we get to this point, and how all these other things. And like, I don't know where I was going, but
just talk about your relationship, and you was having questions.
So connecting it back to what you were saying, as far as like, girls, we think like, oh, it's just because she looked good, that's why she with him and all this stuff. So, and it's kind of like, with me, I was doing the inner work. Of course, I'm spiritual. Like, I like, that's like my bread and butter, a part of it.
Right.
So I was doing the inner work, and because we had our, issues of, I was talking to other people, he was talking to other people, that type deal. So, but I ended up I don't want to say winning in the end, but I'm always the girlfriend. I had this conversation the other day about that. I'm always the girlfriend. I'm never the side piece or whatever. So, or the wife, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, the main line. Go ahead.
The main one. the main. I'm always the main. whatever you want to call it. So they so I was, and I think that, like you said, just confirming what you said, I do the inner work and I work on myself, and it just shows up in the relationship. And he worked on himself, and it just shows up in the relationship, and it becomes better. And then it's also, we notice, both of us, that it's like it's not the same all the time. Like, we can't be just who we were in the beginning, because we met each other, and that ultimately changed who we are. And it's going to continue to change because life continues to happen. We can't be the same people that we were at point A, and we all the way on point B, So that was one of the things.
That's powerful.
But
and continue to do the inner work, and your relationship will be, right? It all starts with you. It's just like, it all really starts with you. And that was really the channel over this past weekend, where it's like beauty or success or even fashion, because like models was showing up, not dead models either, like real live models that they in this quarantine too. So they usually busy. I don't know if I said this yesterday, but they usually busy. They got damn events, tours, traveling, so forth and so on, but they don't actually have that now. So what they're doing, a lot of celebrities, that quote unquote celebrities, where we view them as celebrities, and it's real celebrities that's like sign contracts. However, there's also like spiritual entities that have been successful in the realms of fashion, music, career, Instagram modeling. Like, it don't matter. Like, these are spiritual entities that, since the quarantine has happened, they've been more on the astral realm than normal, because they ain't so busy. So I'm just saying, the channels that have been coming through have been, if you want to be successful, don't be modeling yourself after somebody else. That's going to fuck you up. Model yourself after your soul. But beyond that, do the work, though. Like, put your shit out there. Have people be like, I like that, or I don't really like that much. But it shouldn't really matter. The work that you're doing is the work. The journey of, I'm putting some pieces together. I'm styling this person. I'm doing this. I'm doing that. And I don't got no real expectation other than, I love fucking fashion. Like, I love this. Like, and if you can stay in that space for a long period of time, everything around you begins to make sense. Everything around you begins to come into formation. If you like, you kind of outsourcing it and just waiting for something to happen on the outside, but it might be, what needs to happen is the effort and energy from you. And you can correct me if I'm wrong.
Oh, that's crazy. I've been having like this hard time with, I guess you could call it, like, because I've been like, people, that identifier, like, people, what do people identify you as? And like, like, oh, that's Tanya with the big butt type thing. My identifier is fashion. Like, people only, when they come and talk to me, like, as far as like they know me from high school or anything like that, or like my family members even, like, they always come and ask me to, oh, I got a fashion project I want to do and I want you to help me with it. I always say no.
Oh, wow.
Because I don't like working under people. It's crazy because I don't like working under people, as far as like, I've tried. Let me not say I always say no, because I've said yes in the past, and every time I said yes, it was always, people would come with me with half-baked plans, and it would be like, I want to do a sportswear line, but like, activewear or something, but they don't know the first thing about what they want to do with it. Like, oh, okay, so what do you want to do with it? You want to have an online store? Do you even have a name for it? Like, what's happening with this? Like, they expect me to come in and just do the work. Dang, that makes sense now with what you're saying. Like, they want me to do the work because I have.
You are that. Crazy. You are what they trying to accomplish. My thing is, if it would be like this. People used to hit my inbox up all the time, like, oh, can I get a, hey, how you doing? I'd be like, I'm good, chilling. Hey, you think you could give me a reading or something like what? Like, yeah, reading, like shit. Like, yeah, I got you. And be like, oh, thank you. And they could go about their life. I did that for like 2 years. Just reading for nothing because, but then I ended up hating it though. Like I hated the idea of reading. Then I created a business. My wife helped me formulate a business for it, and now you know what I'm saying. It's like it's my purpose, it's my path, and I'm just reflecting on what it sounds like you're saying to me, and I could be wrong, but it sounds like your purpose does not have a business surrounding it, so your growth is hard. It's hard for you to gauge your growth for real. Like working and life and all of that is cool, but your purpose and path is in fashion, and you don't know how you are growing in that realm because there's no actual business surrounding it. And
Okay. So like my job now, I work as I work in fashion, and not like necessarily. I work in dancer, and I'm a technical designer. And before that, I was a pattern maker. And I mean, it's in fashion and everything, but it's like a small sector of it. And I'm still working in somebody else's company, not my dream. I don't like nothing that is being designed as very ugly and a lot of sequence. So much sequence is crazy. But I have to pretend to like it because that's where I work. So I guess, you keep saying like, I don't have a business really raise my growth. That makes sense. Because then that makes sense why I really hate going there every day. And I don't want to return and all this other stuff.
How about this though? How about this, Michelle? Like, just close your eyes if you can and just imagine you waking up every day and you being so fucking excited that you waking up and able to focus on your purpose and your passion without nobody saying, can you do this ugly shit real quick? We want to interrupt you and do this ugly shit. And you just like imagine a life where you just don't ever have to incorporate no ugly shit, right? And it's you that's running the Zooms, right? It's you that's helping other women develop their passion and develop their love for fashion or getting people together and things of that nature. I think more or less is organizing and working with people and really showing the world how good you are and not suppressing your light. It's just not the time for that, if I'm gonna be honest.
Okay. I didn't even expect to go this way.
Yeah, I think you would have a lot of people on support if you kind of put yourself out there. And a lot of times people don't necessarily know what you about. Yeah. I mean, people that know what you about, but then people who don't know what you about, you might want to wear your heart on your sleeve when it comes to this, because or help me out and understand why you would kind of hold this whole situation back of who, like, why wouldn't you want to be like known for who you are?
The reason why I've been like kind of holding back is because I kind of figured out like in college, my freshman year, like I was so fashion and everything, like my hair. I didn't care, like I would do whatever I wanted. Like I have middle school pictures, like I used to like dress the craziest and like people would copy my outfits, like literally copy my outfits or ask me like something, like go and get it exactly where I got it. And I used to tell my mama about it and I used to like, oh, and even in college too, like I used to be like doing assignments or people would steal my work. It's crazy. Like steal my work and I would have to redo things like and I would tell my mama about it, like people copy me all the time and it's so annoying. Like I would just rather, I do my thing and they do their own thing. And she just was like, just think of it as flattery, don't worry about it. Like, you want to be in fashion, so be a trendsetter or whatever.
whatever she was saying, but it used to irk my nerves. I don't know. But then, like in school and everything, I went to a white school, of course, but like their whole idea was like focused on, you know, the customer and like what the customer wants, because that was the whole mindset. Because you're trying to make money, basically. But it was not focused on like creativity, because it should be where the designer is able to be creative. I know you're running a business, but you should have somebody over that to handle the finances and the business part. Or you should have a day set out to where you're handling the finances and the business part.
Right.
But when you're in the creative sector, it should be just creative. Like I want to make this red dress as creative as possible, or whatever. And then
I see you with a fashion line, though. I see you with a fashion line. So a fashion line is going to be some marketing, and then it's going to be some creative. Like the marketing tends, I think, as a creative, it might. And I ain't trying to say right or wrong, but I'm thinking like the marketing comes first, and then the creativity. But as a creative person, this is what I had to learn in my business. I want to just do whatever the fuck I want to do. I want to be as creative, however. People don't understand, people not ready for it, and people just don't fucking like it because it's not marketed to them. They want to feel like you care about them. So working with people and listening to people, but not allowing it to take away your creativity will actually be like the secret sauce. And I think I was having this thought earlier about like the places that I worked and how they actually benefited me in this place and time. Like the whole Slack is because I actually worked at like this place where we was using Slack. So I would have never even known about it. However, and amongst a whole bunch of other things, just my workflow, how I operate is more or less of certain employment places that I was in. And there's lessons in all of your employment that you could literally put in a bag and be like, all right, y'all, I'm out. And, you know, the reward fortune favors the bold in this particular situation, but it's really important that you awaken the leader within yourself, begin to work with people because people look up to you. And the idea for which you hate is the idea that we're going to actually try to work it. We want to actually try to build that energy up of people copying you, right? We want that, right? That's what we want. So it's just a matter of perception. It's a matter of perception that I was just trying to figure out what will hold you back. And that's obviously something that we have. That's what we want. When we want people to be jocking us and stealing from us and shit like that. That's how you know you want.
Yeah, that's true. If
motherfuckers wasn't copying you, then that just mean you invisible. Don't care.
Right. Nobody ain't gonna buy nothing from you. They don't care.
Man, you got it. You got to figure it out within yourself to love and nurture that part of yourself. So, and it's the inner child that we referencing, right? You just got to tap into how you was when you was a child and be that. And it might be that simple. You know what I'm saying? Because you still going to be an adult. You still going to be responsible. But when it comes to that creativity and look, mom, look at this. We need that. You know, we need to be like, look at this. Look what I just did. We need that vibration. You need that vibration. Your soul need that vibration. Because everything for which you was talking to me about has been the antithesis of you being able to do your shit and then show it to people so people can be like, okay, I like that. What you got else? What else you working with back there?
Right.
You got that in a size 12? You feel me? Like this is the energy.
The thing that happened was like I did start, you know, I told myself about that. Like I did start, you know, I put myself out there and everything. And I didn't get any return. But I think like no return on it. And I think the reason is because I was trying to go for the idea of thinking of the customer and like I really didn't know who the customer was.
Can you repeat that? It's hard to hear you right now.
I said, hold on. I was saying that, I said I did put myself out there, but it was I didn't get a return on it.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it was because I was looking at the customer and like I didn't know who the customer was. But and I think that kind of discouraged me and everything because I was trying. I don't know. I think it was just a false start, and I think it was a learning lesson, honestly.
And it's about having people around you that even want to support you, and that can throw you off too. Because I imagine talking to my family about astrology and shit, and them niggas looking at me like I was 18 versions of crazy, like, and that was discouraging. You know, I wanted to start a business, and my uncle telling me like, nigga, you don't even work at Burger King, so how could you start a business? Like, go get a job first and shit. You know, and you know people around you can discourage you, but that's not a real indication. What I'm referencing is what's within you. If it's within
Yeah,
you, it's going to happen. And people going to discourage you, but that shouldn't stop you from bringing forth what's within you, even if.
right, right. You're right. You're right. I mean, I can't go against it. That's crazy. This conversation is just like this, and I didn't expect it to. But I know I gotta get it together. I've been thinking about it a lot. Like I just been so not fearful.
Fair or not, you are a leader.
Yeah,
Who you leading? Who you been leading?
is that a trick question or
You ain't been leading nobody. I asked you, was you a
no?
leader? And you said yes. And you ain't been leading nobody. If you wondering what's throwing off your energy, fair or not, you help me out. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to be the person
Right.
to just be like, yeah, it's this, it's this, it's this. Because I'm not that type of person. I want you to help me understand because I feel as though you are a leader, but you're not leading people. But that don't really matter if you don't feel the same way.
I do feel that way. I feel that way. It's just that
It's
I can't.
hard. It's hard, but just
Yeah.
can we just sit there for a second and then maybe decide to take small incremental steps to reflect in your light and I know it's going to be hard, but if you ever have a point in time where you don't understand that you're a leader, just holler at me and be like, "Hood, what's up?" I'm going to be like, "What's up, leader?" What's up, leader? How is those soldiers doing? You know what I'm saying? Because it's gonna be that point where you probably don't internally you agree with what I'm saying, but there's a part of you that's like, well, I'm just Michelle. Just I'm
Right.
just little
I'm
old
just
Michelle, just doing my thing. I'm about to get ready for work and just live my life. But you an influencer, you a leader. You need to open up
right.
that bag and be unapologetically divine and
We'll see.
help women become better women, better goddesses. Like all of this stuff is not by accident, actually by design. So just fall into it. So go ahead.
Right. So I can't say that I haven't been leading in a way. Like I do on Instagram. I do like these stories, and um, they've been like. At first, I thought it was like fashion related. I was just finding images that I really liked because like my favorite thing when I was a kid was to like look through magazines, and all I looked at was the images. I didn't care about the articles. Like they had the opinions were unnecessary. I just want to see like the big spread at the end. That was my favorite thing. So I basically would go find like, images that on the internet or somewhere, like random places, and they were like fashion related. Then it became like spiritual messages too. Then it was quotes. It was quotes first. I would add those in there because some of the magazines that I looked through, they would when they would create a spread, you telling a story, right? But you got like these models in fashion in these clothes and everything, but you're still telling the story. So some of the photographers and directors that I like, they sometimes add quotes and like they'll add like a storyline into it too sometimes. So I was doing that too. Then it became like spiritual things. Like I would add that in there because I was seeing like some of these fashion images also translate to some of these spiritual messages. I was seeing the connections and stuff. It was getting real crazy. Then I realized like it became channels at some point. Like I would do these stories and then I would go listen to some spiritual person talk and I'm like, I literally just did a story about this. And like it was crazy. But long story short, I like literally people get on my Instagram to look at my story and nothing else. Because I don't post at all really, but I have like all these people on my stories, but I don't have the likes to show for it.
I mean, but you have the influence, you have the knowledge to know that when you are in tune into something, people will listen and people will support you. Those same people that's on your story, of course, not all of them, but there's going to be a large percent of people that will be like, I'm buying that, or I'm supporting you, or I'm joining your Patreon, or whatever you got going. They'll dive in, and it's the Instagram story because that's the only connection that you are giving people. That's the only accessibility that you giving people. If you had an online boutique, that shit will go up. You know what I'm saying? All of these things that you particularly could do, a fashion line, all of these things in related to fashion, you just got to kind of leverage your network and leverage the people that's going to reach out to you throughout this week, throughout this month, and throughout this year. Save their numbers, right? Hit them up. How you doing today? You know what I'm saying? You can go into your own shell if you want, but then you got to think about the shit that you trying to accomplish and the role of a leader. You got it. If that's your role, it's like certain times everything ain't for everybody and every conversation ain't for every person. However, when I do feel the need to kind of tell somebody something, that I kind of want to double down on it and let you know that it's a responsibility to be you.
Right. You said it's a responsibility to be you.
To be you. When you didn't you was born in this world. Somebody taught you responsibility before they taught you anything.
Yeah. That's true.
That was the ancestors like preparing you for stuff. And you might think that your life isn't as favored as your dreams would enlighten you to, as the people around you would enlighten you to. Oh, Michelle, you this. Oh, Michelle, you that, right? You shrug that shit off. It goes in one ear, out the other. However, sit with it for a second. Sit with it for a second and build with it and understand it not to be some imaginary thing, but a real thing that you are, and that you just you permit this light, or you permit this vibration for which you're not completely aware of. But I think within this conversation, I'm trying to speak to, if I can.
Right.
I don't know what this. Did you have a question?
I think the only thing. No, you're right. You're right, Nick. And the only thing that was like I was holding myself back from was like, to know that you are this fashion person. Like this is what I gravitate towards, and no matter what, like at all. And to how do I say this? like, but it doesn't connect like physically, I guess you can say. And you try to go after it, and it shows up with these results that you didn't necessarily think would happen. Like you thought it would be something different. Maybe I need to change my perspective, because I know from my job now, I'm learning. My whole goal when I went into my job was to learn the technical side of fashion.
Yeah, you was learning the business and the back office.
Yeah, like the back office side, because I didn't know that part. And I was like, maybe, if I decide I want to be able to go on, in a career sector, like under somebody, I could go on, but if I
you
want to
could
get up
also
out of there,
lead. You could lead from this perspective, and I think it's only going to make sense when you fall into your support system. When you fall into a whole bunch of people saying, "Yeah, girl, what should we do now? We did that already. What's the next step?" And part of that is you being strong enough to kind of speaking that way, like organizing and trying to, at least, even if you feel like you can't organize people, organize yourself in such a way that it causes people to want to organize with you. But right. I know for a fact within this live, it's at least 2 or 3 girls that'll work with you right now, no questions asked, and those conversations and keeping up those networks, that'll be up on y'all. I know how women can be sometimes. Talk today, don't hear nothing from them 2 months later, type of deal. However, like, part of tapping into the divine masculine within females is to figure out why y'all working together and dealing with each other. And part of that would be, for you, your divine masculine is tapping into your leader archetype. You got any Aries energy in your chart?
Yeah. I really see, like, my chart situation, like, that's one part that I really don't know what to do, because the Western one says I'm a Cancer, and like I have all these different placements, but when I go to Sidereal or Vedic, it's completely different. Like nothing is the same. Like Drake's song, nothing was the same. Like it's not the same at all. And I'm like, what is happening? Right. But it makes so much sense when I look at the Vedic one, because it says I'm a Gemini sun, and I'm like, oh my God, that makes so much sense, because people used to be like, you a Cancer. I'm like, I'm not a normal Cancer. Like the things that they say, oh, this is what a Cancer, does.
You're not clingy.
Right. I'm like, I'm having so many issues. This does not make sense to me.
You're not a crybaby.
I'm not a crybaby. I'm only emotional when it's me at home,
right,
by myself. Like
the inner child gets you emotional, which Gemini holds reverence over the inner child. But
that's literally it. Like I don't understand it, and like.
But you hold resonance in the Cancer. But so I was thinking Aries, but Cancer make much more sense, because Cancer represents like an ocean and abundance. And I always think of Cancer as the leadership. I'm a moon in Cancer energy. So my moon in Cancer dictates a certain level of abundance, whether I like it or not. And it could be an abundance of bullshit, or it could be an abundance of positivity. That's my decision, determined based on the friends that I make, the discernment that I have. Okay, so another thing would be discernment, and then trust when it comes to who you deal with. When you deal with people, if your inner is saying I can trust this person, then go for it. If your inner is just saying I ain't feeling this person, and you may not, so don't wait for the reason to come up, because your intuition is just way faster than your reasoning, and by the time the reasoning hit, you done already said, you done committed, way more than you really ready to commit, because your intuition said hell no type of shit. So if you able to tap into your intuition and stop asking why, just start doing, you would actually speed up this energy. But then also think about it in the realms that, luxury, wealth, all of these types of things that you kind of just feeling like that's not a part of your birthright when they absolutely are, just begin to open those doors and allow those things to happen as a divine feminine. If you simply say I'm allowing finances and abundance to take place, then the friendships will come up, the ideas will come up, being a good listener, seeing what people want, and then having the skills to manipulate or duplicate that is how you gonna find success in this fashion realm, and then slowly, and like, people got to get used to your style. Your style is to the left, but if you can start
this
listening,
is not the first time I've heard this.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry.
You good.
People tell me I need to listen all the time too, so let me stop. I'm listening.
Because you got skills, and skills are better suited marketed. However, when you creative, you think that your creations are more impeccable than the marketing. So you look at a person, you at your job, this is the lesson that your job is teaching you. What's ugly to you is probably hot in flames to a 50-year-old person with $10,000 with expendable income to spend.
That's truly what happens.
And so you need to kind of figure out what they want and figure out why they want it. And say, for instance, you contrary to that. You ever been to like a fitting or somewhere getting some makeup on, and you have an idea of what you want, but then the makeup artist or the stylist is like, I see why you would say you want to wear olive green, but have you tried yellow on your skin tone? Let's go and try this yellow on real quick. And then, you know what I'm saying? Figure out a way to communicate the truth of your creativity without taking away this person's marketability. Because marketing and selling is peanut butter and jelly. Creativity, don't matter. It don't matter how creative you is, honestly. It don't. Because creative people, they come, they go. But you in a sweet spot. Understand your sweet spot, understand your ability to listen and to learn, and then to honor that woman's goddess, because maybe that woman's goddess has horrible taste.
Maybe so you know how you said the fitting, or you go to a store and somebody tries to help you find what you looking for and everything.
Right.
And I guess it's the whole just if I was putting myself in that person's shoes that's trying to help another person, because I worked retail before too.
Right.
And I've always, when I was working retail, I was able to find what these girls wanted, what they wanted to look like. And older women would ask me questions, and even at retail stores where it wasn't that wasn't the atmosphere, you go and ask the worker, help me find stuff at Marshalls and stuff.
That ain't what you used to in that energy.
Yeah, but people would do that to me anyways. And I was able to help them find stuff, and I was able to tell them about sales and stuff on things, and they would be like, oh my God, thank you, and all this other stuff. But when I was ever put in those situations, even when I go get my makeup done or get my hair done, the girls always ask me, what do you want?
Right.
Okay. So I show them pictures of guys, tell them this is what I want, this how I want it, this how I want it. And I show them a picture, or I do this and I got a drawing or something, and I say this is how I want it. And they execute it, based off of their skills. So I guess that's what I'm looking for, is a network of people that, have the skills on their own, and I'm able to dictate it to them, this is how I want it to be, and they create some masterpiece or create my vision based off of what I said.
Yeah. Yeah. And that's honestly, that's probably not something that can happen overnight. However, have you wrote it out in clear detail? Because that's another thing for which we was talking about in the live. You said you wasn't here the whole time, but one of the things that we talked about was the ability to know what the fuck you want. I think that's one of the most powerful abilities within this, to allow yourself to begin to create the network or create the actual thought
know
form.
What you want and then go after it too.
Right,
it's
right, right. And sometimes if you don't know what you want, then how are you actually going to talk to people, network, even help people, because you still trying to, either you don't know what you want or you still trying to figure it out. So it's really important to first do the internal work, do the writing, do the vision boards and things of that nature, which you kind of already are adept at. And I think be creative as well. But beyond that, I really see you kind of reaching out to people and helping people or talking to people and building with people. And that's probably the worst thing, but I think that's the most, if you can with me, like in the imaginative space, imagine yourself with 20 goddesses, right? All with the like mind of having a successful company, and all of the goddesses benefit in taking care of their children, taking care of their homes, and doing things that they love, but you at the forefront, or you at the helm of this energy. Like, we in the imaginative space. But can you see that?
Yeah, I can. I can.
Yeah, so you just got to kind of just hold that thought down and just kind of move slowly, inch towards it, and don't try to do it all in one night. But you for sure can. You know what I'm saying? Without a shadow of a doubt, you already had way more confirmations than this conversation could even provide. Before you even hopped on this conversation, you've been confirmed about your life's path, purpose, and what you do good at. It's been confirmation after confirmation. Now the formulation and the build up, and even if it's just one person, right? You and Shorty just building and chopping it up and talking, and girl, we about to do this, or what you think about that, or you know what I'm saying? Just having somebody like that is going to be so powerful to you, because beyond me, which I don't even know what the fuck I'm talking about, like, at all, but it seems as though like something is coming upon me to just have this conversation with you. So hopefully you make those connections, and that energy stops dealing with me and and deals with whoever is supposed to be within your path. That whole makeup analogy and shit, I never got my makeup done, nor have I been to a stylist. I felt like I knew what the hell.
To be said.
I felt like I knew what I was talking about, though. So I don't know what that.
It needed to be said. Like, so it probably it came through. I heard it loud and clear.
It came through.
It needed to be said.
Yes. Yes.
That's how I would have. That's how I understand it.
Right.
Makeup, fashion, clothes. That's how I understand it.
Yeah, you would have you understood it. So I'm just like, I guess. Do they do that? Do they do that at the makeup? Do the stylists tell you to put on yellow because yellow go with your skin? I don't know. Maybe.
Yeah, they do. You was on it. You was on it. So it came through. I needed to hear it. And that was the way I understand it.
I should.
Well, yeah. Thank you.
No problem.
Thank you. I need this.
Yeah, but be active in the Slack like you've been, right? And continue to, continue to connect with women and be that light and be that beacon and help people, help people be their best selves. And as we actually deal with this energy, I was having the dream, like, I just really need to prepare on like buying clothes and looking the part, because that's the energy that spiritual people need to have going into this 2020 vibration. If you spiritual and you dusty, you gotta then ask that person, like, what have your ancestors done for you
like
lately?
What? Right. Like, that was the one thing that used to bother me the most when I first got into like spirituality. I used to be like, okay, so this person is spiritual and all this stuff, but she ain't did her hair in like weeks. Like, what is, like, why am I supposed to listen to you and you ain't even did your hair? Like, your life ain't even on point. Like, you don't even care that what you putting out. Like, I was looking at what's his name, RuPaul, the drag race.
I'm here.
But either way, he was talking, like, he did this like little commercial or whatever, and he was talking about how, if you want to be respected, he was like, buy a suit. And I understood what he was saying. He was saying you want to look the part, like you want to. He was like, when you come in the room, you don't want people to have these notions about you already,
right?
Like that
you ain't got your shit together.
Yeah, that are against what you're trying to say,
right?
And then they automatically like make up these judgments, and then you come in the room and you trying to tell them how to be the best, and you looking this way, like they're not gonna get it. Like even I was looking at a TED Talk, and his name is Jonah. He's the guy that wrote the book Contagious. Jonah Berger, I think.
I ain't
Anyways,
hit, but I'll look it up. He was that's a good book to read too, Contagious, Why Things Go Viral. And then he was saying, like, I came in here today, like, he's a young guy, you could tell. And he was saying, like, I came in here, I wore a suit jacket. You want to know the reason why? It's because I didn't want you guys to think that I was 23 years old. I normally would wear shorts and a t-shirt, but I want you guys to actually take me seriously and take the information that I'm saying to you seriously. So I wore a suit jacket so you guys would think that I'm upward 28, 30s instead of 23, 25. And because he's talking to a bunch of like stuffy business people, like that sit behind a desk, that go to a business office every day. And like, I understood that. I don't know. Yeah, don't let the dust of the conscious community confuse you as to thinking that because you in the fashion, you somehow lesser than, because your fashion industry could empower and help a person way more than a person could if a person is just to simply focus on spirituality for which it stands. Okay, you can meditate, but you smell like cow, nigga, so it don't really matter. Like, you haven't did your hygiene, nor did your grooming, so spirit came to me clear as fuck. Like, well, because I'm in Detroit right now, and this is like this designer little spot, and they like, yeah, you about to spend like a cool 1,000 to 2,000 on a shoe, like you about to, because it ain't gonna be no point of thinking that your business gonna grow and you ain't gonna invest in yourself. So just sharing that you coming on is helping me even realize that channel, because it kind of slipped my mind. But in talking to you, I rediscovered what was actually being said to me last night about the modality of looking the part and how important that will be to growing your business, as opposed to me kind of, I love sweats and running shoes, but I'm gonna have to retire them.
But it's like, you don't even have to retire it because you love it, right? Like my thing, I'm not really I guess, okay, so like my thing, I love, I don't know, like, I like leggings and t-shirts and denim jackets or whatever. So instead of like, how designers, you be like, it's just sweatpants. Like, people be saying like, oh, it's just sweatpants. They just literally, that's just sweatpants, and they put their label on it. That's not what it is. You're wrong. Like, that designer that put that label on their sweatpants or whatever, those sweatpants cost more because, first of all, it's a better fabric. They put a little bit more thought into the design. And it's like, when you do certain things, like, okay, your sweatpants from Target or whatever, they're going to go through like 1 or 2 washes, and you're going to be like, dang, it's like threads coming out of these.
I'm in sweats right now, and they got holes all over these bitches, so I'm in the same boat.
Those sweatpants from that designer, I'm not saying it's all the time, but those sweatpants from that designer, you're going to go through 2 or 3 washes, and you ain't going to see no threads. It's going to be still brand new. Or they're going to tell you how to care for it better. So you have longer life with that item. Maybe they're just dry clean only. So you'll make the step to actually go and dry clean your stuff and like take care of it better, so it lasts a little bit longer in your wardrobe. So that $50 that you spent on those sweatpants, it lasted a little bit longer rather than you spending $9-10. And it, after 2 washes, you like, dang, it's peely, it's all this other stuff. Like threads coming out, I gotta get these away or throw them away, and contributing to landfill waste. But anyway, so
That's
like I was
really
saying, you don't have to
important.
get rid of those sweatpants. You could just get better sweatpants.
Right,
like it's like when people say walking
Okay,
down the street will make it fashion.
the hipsters who wear probably the same shit I'm wearing, but they might look
Yeah,
100 times different. Yeah. But it might be the same exact thing. It's that type of vibe. I'm with you.
It's literally that vibe. Literally.
Got you.
Groomed homeless people, basically. Like that's literally what it is. Yeah. But
and it's not a point of, I want people to be clear, because it's not to say that like something wrong with a person if you not into fashion, because you could be free and on the island somewhere and fashion don't matter. I was referencing business and getting my point across, and the necessary for me to take care of myself, so I'm confident enough to do business. It don't have shit to do with another person all the way, because even if I put my best foot forward, a motherfucker can still be like, ew. You know, right. Like it still can happen, but the idea is that I'm confident within myself, and I've taken the time to invest in myself. And the spiritual community is real pressed upon not doing business and being free with who you are, and I'm with that, and I was that for a large percentage of my spiritual journey. However, full transparency and honesty is saying that I'm changing my direction and moving into something different, to which I'm gonna care about my appearance. I'm gonna invest in myself, and I'm not about to be out here looking all loosely, because I'm on a mission. This is my mask that I'm wearing. And spiritual people don't like personas, right? They think that, but they don't realize that dirty, dusty shit is a persona. It's not right and exact.
Yeah.
It's not, you know, right and exact is your best effort. And you know that, whatever it looks like, you know, and it looks different for other people, but such a beautiful share.
That's crazy.
Such a beautiful share.
That's crazy you said something. Okay, this is the last thing, and then I'll go away.
You good?
Because I know it's other people. The persona thing, because I had a dream, and we were talking about it in the Slack and everything. And I had this dream. It was like the elevators. Multiple people had dreams about elevators, and my dream was I was in a jungle and I was collecting all these personas and these faces or whatever, and like, at some point, I was getting my ass whooped, but then I had to figure out, like, basically I needed to whoop their ass and, like, get them in line and tell them who's boss. And, like, they started following me like clones. And this guy, like, showed up in the dream, and I was just, like, I had to go to this hotel, and they were following me like clones, and I had to, like, I told this guy, he was just, like, having a hard time. Like, you literally got to tell them who's boss, and, you can either keep them or delete them. Keep the mask or delete them. That's up to you. And like, at the end of the dream, like, I ended up on this elevator, and I asked him, like, are you going up? And the elevator just started moving fast. And so, like, just think about the persona thing. Like, you can recreate yourself all the time, and like, you got the tools out here to, like, do it. Like the clothes, like if you want to be a nautical type person, you can buy the clothes that align with that. Buy a yacht and like start speaking about being on the sea and align yourself with those people that go to sea all the time.
That deep sea dive, you know, like, you know, it'd be like single moms that scuba dive or some shit like that. You wouldn't even know, because you just think that, you know, you weird for wanting to scuba dive and be a single mom. But it's a whole group of mugs that just had that same idea. But it's just like so much of what we want, there's already a group. And I think that deeply ties into what me and you have been talking about in this leadership thing. And your dream do sound like the conversation that I'm just kind of having with you, as far as like being a leader and having people that kind of deal with you, but then kind of teaching them about how to navigate in this world. Because whether we like it or not, people judge you not by I'm Hotepian, I've been to Egypt, all of these types of things. They're judging you on the first 5 seconds. You can maximize that and prioritize that by mastering your persona and realizing that your persona is not you. So as a spiritual person, you owe it to yourself to buy a suit, right?
Right.
that should be the modality. No, I just like these dusty dreads and these throw on shits. Okay.
But it's like it's also part of, like, you know, when we spiritual people, we do rituals. We've done rituals before.
Yeah.
Having whatever.
Yeah.
You've been a part of rituals. Everyone has done a ritual. You brushed your teeth in the morning.
Right.
So anyways, like, you show up a certain way to your rituals.
Right.
You don't just come any old way to your ancestral altar. You're not just, I mean, some people may, but
yeah. I mean, some people do, but it'd be real different when you really like take a bath before your ritual and come through in a robe. The energy just hit way different.
It hit different. Things come out faster. Like, it's not so murky. You don't have, you know, disruptions in the situation. It just come out faster. When I cleaned up myself. I have a specific type of clothing I wear for that ritual.
Yes. And
that's just that. Or these are my ritual clothing only. And I've done it all. And I've seen the difference in the energy and like the movement of things that I wanted to get done. And that's just the same way. And then we can't say that certain things, we can't say that, oh, they're taking our science and using it. Fashion, they use it all day long.
They use it all day long. Where did they get it from?
What do you think those symbols are?
Yeah.
Like,
the Medusa. The Medusa.
Yeah, the Medusa. Like, they literally have all our symbols, our deities. They got it all over fashion.
Yeah. And
you can't say that they using it and then say it's something wrong with it. Like, you gotta
pick and their business.
Pick a struggle.
Yeah, right. Obviously, the Medusa energy is a powerful totem for accumulating wealth. What are you talking about? Well, it's actually a whole company called Versace that's making billions of dollars using a totem of Medusa and nothing else. Nothing else. They did not. And what is Versace known for? Medusa. You know, goddamn. It's a goddamn clothing company named Hermes. What
Hermes.
Is that? Hermes. What is that? It's all a particular spiritual energy for which we just ignorant of, and we think that we don't have the access to, but we are that. It's a lot of women here that are Medusas, right? You could walk into a room and the man's turned into stone. That Medusa energy, I'm just dealing with the actual channel, but that Medusa energy is online. However, if you just coming out the house looking like, you know, I'm just trying to get my little wraps from the store, so let me throw on this little hoodie and hat and sunglasses and in and out type of energy. You had the whole opportunity to tap into your Medusa godhood, but you just trying to be low key, incognito. You don't want that. You don't want that attention because people keep talking about your butt or whatever the case may be, which could be a reality for a lot of people. However, that's just human shit. If you deal with the spiritual shit, a person commenting on your butt out of line, you could do a freeze spell on his ass. You know what I'm saying? Like, you take his goddamn tongue out type shit. If you want to deal with the guy. Or
use it. Like, we women, like most women,
true.
know how to use that. We know how to use it. Oh, you comment on my butt? Oh, okay. Well, buy me this drink and buy me this whatever. Like, I need this real quick. Oh, and he gonna do it because he just commented on your butt.
He already let you know how he felt.
Yeah, like he already put you in a realm of what game y'all playing. What game are we playing now? Oh, okay, you want to play that game? Okay, so like, give me this drink. I need to pad my wallet real quick. Yeah. And I need that and that. Not saying like I'm a gold digger or anything, but I just know like what energy you come at me with, I'm gonna come back with you with it. I'm gonna play your game with you. Like, I might turn it off one day, or, you know, one day I might turn it down, but like, I'm gonna come with you with the energy.
And
like,
that's 100%. People play games, you know what I'm saying? And you gotta be smart enough to play that game with them. And you know, you right and exact with that, because I don't play those games with women because I don't be having the financial backings to follow up with whatever comes after that. Yeah, that ass is nice. But it's them pockets right. It's like, if your pockets ain't together, you just keep that shit to yourself. You hold that shit. You look and don't say nothing, but
look and go about your business. Go about your business. What about your business?
Yes, sir.
Can I get your number? You don't deserve my number.
Nah.
Why do you deserve it?
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
because you walked up and asked for it? No. Like,
but this is the power. But this is really the power that even in the realms, like, we could get caught up on that. But maybe you walking into work, but you tapped into this Medusa energy though, as opposed to walking into this work like I hate it, as opposed to like I'm turning everything to stone today. Fuck it.
I'm not even gonna say. I used to do like a lot of. That's where I had, got a lot of my practice from. It's like going into work and like doing spells and rituals. I was messing with them. I was messing with them people like crazy. I would get so much. My sister used to be like, she was like, Michelle, why you are so lucky. They should fire you. Like, you really should be fired at this point. I would be working from home like for weeks at a time. Like, I was been working from home. Like, that's literally been my thing. And like, I left the job at one point. Like, I left the job because I was gonna go off and because I was actually supposed to move, but then I got pregnant. Things happen. Life happens. Anyways, but when I left, they asked me to stay. And, then they was like, oh, okay, so can you work part-time and then we'll pay you the same amount you already getting paid. The only thing I just wasn't able to get like the benefits, which is fine, you can go get public assistance, whatever. So they were still paying me my same rate that I was getting paid before. Like, my sister was like, oh my God, you're so lucky. Like, how do you do that? I'm like, I don't know. It just happens. Like,
be doing that work. That just made me think about I used to have this drive where I was driving in this van. I knew I was doing spell work or whatever because I know for sure I used to drive that van. This is the first time I ever have a driving job. They never said nothing, but every day I was blazing loud in that damn work van. Like, I was just thinking about that shit. Like, I must have had them boys on strict lockdown and not fire my ass because every morning I'm toking up the loud. Like that shit was crazy. But yeah, you hold dominion in certain spots. So awakening those particular energies and then awaken those energies within yourself and then doing the personal stuff, like even through networking, your building will come, like your business and all of that. Because you got to know that people fuck with you. And the more that you confident that people fuck with you, the more confident you is to say, I'm going to drop this product line. I'm going to do this sale. I'm going to do this promotion, all of these particular things. But it takes people getting to notice. I mean, people do notice you and people do fuck with you. So it ain't even to that level now. It's beyond you having the confidence to begin to use your leverage of people knowing you and dealing with you and liking you.
Right. I think that was the problem, like having the leverage and like that responsibility, that comes with that.
Yeah.
Like, I think I wasn't thinking of how small it could be, like even in that realm of, between a man and a woman, and he'd say something about her butt. Oh, okay. Like, we're in that realm. So I have leverage now. You know what I mean?
Right. No, you good. Because you got the fattest ass in the whole country, and and the farm is like business. So now like you can walk around and know the energy for which you're gonna walk around and get. But it's just more or less of you. I don't know. You probably was a late bloomer or something like that. It seems as though like everything came a little later than normal, but it's just like. Those
later
whatever,
as far as what?
Like maybe high school or something like that, where I don't know, maybe I'm wrong, but the idea is that whatever insecurity and maybe small, whatever doubt that's small is usually happening within our first 7 years or whatever the case may be. And beyond that, you know what I'm saying? Like everything is just a reflection of those 7 years. So whatever happened that pulled you off of it, you can kind of deal with that energy to pull you back into it, which is another way of me saying the inner child work and connecting to the inner child to kind of absorb whatever small doubt or insecurity that it has to kind of like exercise it and then grow into something that like I know for sure I can start a business, or I know for sure I got, this shit about to go sell out. Like, damn, I can't make enough products and things of that nature. Just switching the polarity so it's no doubt or insecurity in your voice.
Right. No doubt. No insecurity. Switch the polarity. Inner child work. I got you. I got you. I'm taking mental notes.
Indeed. And I'm always here if you forget, though.
Yeah.
But you holding it down in the Slack, though. I want to just say I appreciate you for showing up and being the first person to say something and not waiting for people to talk to you. If you able to be in that space, you can take over the whole entire planet. It's just being more proactive versus being reactive.
Yeah, I've been looking for something like that, like where we can build. Like, I respect what you're doing with that, and I really wanted to, be a part of that.
Mm-hmm.
I'm glad it's growing, because I joined originally, but I'm glad
a long time ago. But it's
I'm glad it's growing and everything. Everybody trying to be a part of it and really talk to each other. Because at first nobody really was talking.
Right.
But it's okay.
Right.
You gotta get a feel for each other.
Gotta get a feel for each other. But if other people see other people talking, it just makes it easier for new people to want to kind of speak out. But then it's always about contributors and people who just want to be the first person to say something. So it's just I'm gonna speak to you like, me and you, when we talk, we have boss talk, Michelle. That's just how it's gonna go. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Right. You a leader, and I ain't gonna sugarcoat it or front or fake around shit. When I feel like it's real, I just have to just hold that resonance and hold that space. And even if you like, well, I ain't no leader, whatever the case may be, I'm still holding that leader space. So whenever you talk to me, you already know the energy you're gonna get when you come to me. So that's just what it is.
Right. Right. All right. I'm gonna get to it. I'm getting to it. I'm hearing it loud and clear. I know Spirit been like trying to get through to me too. Like I'm hearing it. Hearing it. I got it. I'm going. I'm going forward.
Ashe. But we always gonna have plenty of talks, and I'll be looking for you on the Slack.
All right.
All right, Michelle. Have a great day.
You too. Bye.
402. Last but not least, what's going on?
Oh, what's up, everybody? And Hood Mystic, this is Black Widow Divine. I'm new to the channel, and I'm over here, like, I've been so nervous on the line. And then the last conversation made me feel so much better, because the whole purpose why I got on the line was to be like, I had that same concept, like, okay, I'm tapping in, I'm that type of person where it's like, okay, well, I got used to, commenting, and we've been talking about, business and everything like that. And I was like, okay, well, I'm going to have to introduce myself, just to be on that, so like you were saying, even though I am business-minded, I am also very shy, which sort of seemed contradicting, but it's just like, well, okay, I'm just going to do it. And to be honest with you, everything connected, because he was talking about Medusa, and I was over here laughing because I'm supposed to be at work. I called in because something was just like, call in, tap in. I was listening yesterday, trying to balance work and having an earpiece in. I think I was sort of mentioning that, laughing and messing up.
Seen that comment.
And I was like, and so, it was just more like, I thought this was just going to be like a me day. And then as I was listening, I was like, everything just started connecting, because when you started talking about business, and then he was talking about people coming out and, just introducing themselves, and about the nervousness, it was just like, okay, well, I need to let the family know, like, hi, everyone. And also, I also want to say hello to your wife, and introduce myself to her too, because two is one. And just like I said, my whole thing, I was just listening because my thing that brought me to the channel was the spiritual aspect. I was watching your videos just, when I get off work and everything. And then this quarantine is so funny how everything is just in alignment, because the quarantine allowed me to actually, as I said the first time I was in a chat, like, hey, first time able to, catch you live. And then people was, talking to me, saying hi. And it was just, a very good feeling, because I didn't realize how different it was compared to where if you're getting information, and I like binge on information, which is so weird, but,
Well, I think we all been there.
But the energy that you feel when you actually personally connect, and the steps of, like you said, I draw off of heart energy, and I can just wanted to just personally come out and say one of the reasons why I was stepping up, actually talking and feeling more comfortable, because as you said, social media is a scary thing. I don't do social media. I'm in the business world. I understand social media. I'm actually do more marketing, because as I, shared with you with an email that I reached out when you was mentioning about business, I have a degree in management and marketing. And so I've been on the behind the scenes, posting the content. I've been in the media world, but sometimes, when you're on the back end, it's nice to see this platform to where it's like, okay, you can actually see the positivity of it, because that was my biggest fear. And then when I got on, everything that you were saying about, things that people doing, but I just wanted to just personally say, just to the family and everything, that I do appreciate this, because it has helped me to see positivity, which is something that I, look for. And, I can say I'm conscious minded, but I don't tap into the conscious community a lot. And like you were saying, some things that you're saying is because of the, the harshness. And this isn't just to bring negative vibes or to go back to what they do or what they don't, but just personally sharing that energy was keeping me away to be able to present, things I've learned and sharing and team building and everything that you're talking about. So I did want to just first start off to say that's why I'm on the line, wanting to get more,
And
just
can I
conversing.
just say, you don't sound shy, but go ahead.
I do talk a lot. That's what's so crazy, because that's one thing I wanted to also share with the family too about, and it's so funny that you were saying about shyness, is because I am a shy creature, but I also like to encourage because I've been there. And so sometimes you just have to, tap into your magic and create, that alter ego to be like, okay, I'm shy, but I'm just going to listen to my intuition. Spirit is just nudging me, saying, do this. And sometimes you just have to jump off that roof and fly, y'all. I'm being honest. And that's what I do every single time. And it may not sound like it, but that's why, we talk about I hear people talk about their stories, and things that they go through to encourage. And that's why I'm sharing that. And especially in the world of business, because that's how I've actually been able to make moves and stuff, because people don't know that I am nervous as hell before I step into that office, or I'm nervous as hell before I send that email out, to network. But it's just tapping, into yourself, knowing that, and I really just push emotions aside and tap into my intuition, because it's that okay, I know my intuition is always right. So regardless of how fearful I am, it has never stirred me wrong, So that is what I focus on, to be able to push myself out there, to make myself presentable. And so that's why you don't hear the nervousness, because it is a mind game that I play with myself, because it's like, okay, I've got this confirmation. I've heard this caller. Goodness, you said this. And so it's just like when you start seeing the universe send signs to you, family, especially in the world of business, you have to react on it, because, you know, they're opening the rims to tell you that, you know, it's here, jump in. And it's funny because I was just, you know, just looking at everything and just thinking back, and just to share, you know, who I am and where I'm from. I'm actually from Louisiana. You may not hear the country accent, but
I don't hear
I'm from the
but
South.
I feel it. Go ahead.
I've been in the corporate world working, so sometimes you gotta like, and it's funny, you was having that conversation about presenting yourself. That is everything that I struggled with walking into the business world, you know, because it was that, you know, as you said, they do have this free notion, you know, about you. And I'm not saying that means anything, but I know that does kill people's confidence, you know. And so what I did to start building my confidence was like watching other people. Sometimes I would like force myself to go to networking events, you know, and I'm not knowing anybody, but it's so many people there. Who knows that I'm there by myself, you know?
Right.
And so that allowed me to start seeing how people was interacting. And then the way how the universe would happen, it would always be that stranger that would be like, oh, hi, you know, my name is such and such. How are you? Then it's like, oh, and then it sparks a conversation. But you have to put yourself out there. You don't have to just, you know, go build an empire in a day. But it is those baby steps, you know, like you were saying, that people are reading and you're learning the material and all that. And then sometimes when I go to networking events, I don't even have to say nothing, because as a topic that you was bringing, that there's some people that have knowledge, and I've been blessed to sort of be in the world by putting myself in those mixtures and functions to where there are people that just really want to share, you know. And you don't even have to say a word in the whole conversation, and they're just blah, 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 because they have realized the law of attraction. See, one thing that white America has tapped into, and I can testify to this because I'm normally either the only Black person in the office, or I've been in those scenarios. I've come from a world of sports. I was actually after I graduated, I was the assistant sports information director at Grambling. So that's when my marketing and PR came in. And so you got white coaches, white men, and they're like, yeah, Johnny, you know this, and they're talking about all these philosophies, and really the business world is what actually how I gained so much knowledge in applying the tools to the occult world. I know this sounds crazy to some people, but they're using it every day, you know, with their minds and how they move, you know, and how they make decisions. People are thinking that they're using textbook knowledge. Yes, that is great. They have the textbook knowledge, but their conversations are totally different. They're not sitting here saying, oh, well, you know, the 4 P's is this and that. No, they're not having those conversations. So sometimes, and I just wanted to say this, since people are, you know, learning about business now, and we're trying to build and everything, which we need to be, because of course you guys said in the last conversation, this was our knowledge. These were our gods, you know, this is what we was doing, you know. I would just, like I said, just sit in, you know, if you can register to maybe go to a conference where, you know, you're just sitting there listening to a lecture, you know, people talk, you know, afterwards, beforehand, and then that will break that shyness, you know, because you're in there, nobody knows about you. You don't have to introduce yourself, tell them like all your 50,000 accomplishments, because to be honest with you, they really don't even talk like that. I was told in business school to learn golf, which I didn't, but because they said millionaires made transactions on the golf field, you know? And what you hit on, Hood Mystic, was on point, where it's people spark up the conversation, you know, of their interest and what you like. Because the thing about business people that are like in those millionaires clubs, they're talking business every day in their office. You know what I'm saying? And they're answering phone calls. They're doing this 24/7. So those mixtures that people may not think about, if you hear that there's like a networking event or a conference, they're actually using that to be more laid back, to gain more knowledge themselves, and to actually have average conversations. And then that's how you'll start, you know, building with people. And I know, like, for me, in the sports world, what I did in college and even in spiritual world too, and if there was something that I wanted to learn, I know it sounds corny because sometimes as Black people, and I say this because I'm from the country, I'm from the most, we are the most stubbornest people on the planet, I believe, from my auntie and them, you know what I'm saying, to everybody. And it's then, like you said, when people are just like, well, this or that, or just want something from you, you know what I'm saying, and then just like jet.
Right.
Well,
you ain't gonna do business with them.
Yeah, but and it's just, you know, just like planting seeds. Like I would volunteer, and I'm not saying that you gotta go like all out of your way or whatever. But if there was a skill that I wanted to learn, like as far as if it was like photography, like when I started learning how to shoot sports, hey, you know, I want to learn how to shoot sports, and you know, can I hang out with you? You know, can I mentorship, shadow? I'm not saying that you have to give up your whole day, because I'm a single mom. Some of us are still working, wanting to get out of the work world, you know, and things of that nature. But you would be very shocked if you would actually reach out to someone that has like more knowledge than you, you know, and how they would actually like respond. I didn't think that would happen at first, because when I first got into sports, I just got a bunch of stuff thrown on my desk and was like, what the hell? You know, like, what is this? You want me to do what? You know? And I actually was like, okay, Ashanti, and I'll never forget this lady, man. I sent an email to this lady that worked at Michigan State. I'm like, she may not respond to me. I worked at HBCU school because I went to Grambling State, and you know how sometimes you think SWAC schools are lower, but that was my lack of self-confidence, right? And so I told her, I was like, I have to do a media guide. I would like to, you know, I would just like to, you know, just get some direction ideas. And what I knew is that one thing about money people, they don't want their time wasted. You can't go in, tell them about 5 cats, 5 dogs, your 7 kids, you love them. I'm not saying you can't. You know what I'm saying?
But you gotta understand. But what you gotta actually understand how to communicate with people, and then understand that you communicate your knowledge. You don't communicate who you are, like, because who you are is low key irrelevant to a job or a business. Because in my platform, there are Christians, there are woke folk, there are Black people, there are white people. However, the instrument or the knowledge that we speak is strictly in the area, because it's like if we're working at Burger King, you could be any type of person, but when it comes down to the get down, I want my Whopper with cheese, please. You're like, well, my name is, I'm a past life reincarnation of Michael Jackson. That's really, really interesting. Yeah. Did I say no onions?
And they're gonna smile and nod, yeah, and be like, and then your feelings are hurt because they ran away. But it's not for your feelings to be hurt about it. You really have to assess, you know, the whole situation. It's like, okay, because as you said, when people meet, they do meet off a commonality. You know, it's something that they share in common.
Right.
which is what builds the relationship, which what sparks the interest, and it goes into a domino effect, which what open doors, and then it's like blah blah blah. You watch these shows all the time with all these rich people, where they're just like, yeah, we met and because we both love fishing, and then I found out he was the owner of the NFL team, and then he sent me some tickets, and I was in the
You hear it all the
right,
time.
and now we built this corporation. I'd be like, well, damn.
You hear it all the time.
But yes, and it is about getting out there. And sometimes, and I say this too, because as I said, being a shy person myself, having to come out that rim. And then in the area that I was in, it was predominantly men. So it's like me being black, female, and all men. It's like two strikes, regardless of what y'all males say. You know what I'm saying? That is just reality, you know what I'm saying, in my world. And I'm just sharing this with women, too, because I see that there's women out there wanting to build, which is so awesome, and that's why I am talking to the divine feminine out here. Like, anything you want, you can go get. You don't really have to turn into, a bitch. Sorry.
You're right. I mean, you don't have to get uber emotional about situations either, or feel like somebody is trying to tear you down because y'all not in a space of agreement. But go ahead.
And then on top of that, if you're not the type, because I'm not as well, I mean, if you maybe are more conservative, and you don't have to put on the fishnet, tights and red bottom heels. That's
you don't? You sure? Hold on. This is the first time we having a disagreement. I'm just playing.
But it's also personality. I mean, if that is your personality, you're able to work that. But even as men and women, this can go both ways. But I can only speak from my experience being a woman. When you find your personality and own it, then that will make you feel more confident, And as I know the young lady was talking, you guys was talking about dress and persona. Like me, I hate skirts. I was a tomboy, you know what I'm saying? I was in the Army. I hate skirts.
Indeed.
So if I'm going to a function, I may find me, my nice slacks or whatever, but that makes me feel comfortable. Do I love my weave? Yes, I do. So it's like you do your comfort zone, and then if I'm just looking at, well, I see she's dressed this way, or I see, and I think that's what happens. We're watching so much and seeing so many people and so many different ideas are bombarded in our head to where we can't find ourselves,
Right.
And so then it's like, well, she said to do this, and they said to do this, and then they said girl power here, or and it's just like, no, find your divine goddess, find who you are. And if it makes you feel comfortable, if you are a sweatpants person, the hip hop scene right now is booming. People are wearing dreads now, in the corporate world where they're pulling them back. Women are wearing their natural hair. So it's just pretty much just finding your comfort zone. And then
you
that will
make a lot of money, like being a hairdresser of these particular things, such as like washing dreads or doing dreads and things of that nature. Because all of these things don't necessarily have to be dusty. Because my mom wear dreads, but she still get her hair done every 2 weeks type of shit. So her dreads be just looking like plush, you know what I'm saying? But it's still a vibe. She's still in the corporate world and things of that nature. But it's like when you see her, it's like she's a professional at the same time that you're not going to come at her, or no, you're not going to mistake my mom for a hooker or nothing. Nothing to say there's nothing wrong with a hooker, but it might be going against her bottom line when it's time for her to do business, because she an accountant and things like that. So it's just like, you got to play the game too. You got to play the game if you want to succeed a little bit. Not all the way, I guess, but because I'm the type, I'm the type to just kind of do what I need to do to get by. Sorry, but as opposed to this actual vibration that I'm in now, it's like maybe I could improve the way I look or improve my appearance to get my point across, because I really do have an agenda. I really do have a point to get across, and the overlooking of it, if it's divine, it's divine. But if I have something to do about it, maybe I can increase my chances to get my point across by loving myself. And loving myself is just accentuating what I feel is natural to me. And I'm just kind of going off on a tangent, but I'm just kind of just trying to
no, you're on point.
explain how like self-love, even in the realms of naturalness, can still exist. Because as a man, we want to use the natural movement to be dusty, and I'm just off of that.
Yeah, and I can definitely, like I said, understand that too, and just for people that may be like, I don't know where to go, I don't know where to begin, because that was me. Like, I went from being a tomboy, I played drums in high school, played drums, grabbed the state, went to the army, and it's like, okay, now I got this job, or I'm trying to network, and it's like, okay, how do I revamp? And then sometimes I think it's just all about asking for help. And if you can't ask friends and family, because I have that same background, I can't ask them shit. You know, one question either turns into a know-it-all, or you supposed to know, or all this, you know, and then it's all that stuff that we just get, you know, from our people, especially if you come from, you know, those hood environments like me, where it's just like everything you ask one question, and now you done got a damn headache. You know what I'm saying? But I'm like, I just asked one simple question. I just had to learn to realize this stranger is not going to ever see me again. So if I ask for, you know, some advice or whatever, then I don't have to feel the shame of not knowing. And I say that with clothes because, like, if you may go to JCPenney, like, I've done that. Oh, well, I have this event coming up. I'm a little confused. I don't know what to do. And the young lady shared, you got people in the stores, they'll hop on it, you know what I'm saying, give you suggestions. First, they're going to make their commission, so they're going to go all the way. And then you don't feel that awkwardness of not knowing, and you actually feel more comfortable. You know what I'm saying? It creates a better comfort zone of you being able to help create yourself and mold yourself, you know, in the sense of having that judgment of the fact that you don't know. Because I think that's the key block that kills people, is the judgment of themselves, of feeling that they don't know.
And I guess that's the reality to which taking care of yourself and self-love is that absolver or resolver of all things, based upon the reality that I'm confident in who I am, right? A lot of people don't necessarily have that, and you not gonna have that if you don't have self-love. And I don't care how many people compliment you, right? The self-love is the self-compliment, which is the confidence to build. Because here it is, you might have a millionaire who has no network market. You might have a business professional with all types of expertise, all types of contacts that they're not even leveraging to become their best selves. And you could be a business person and have a impeccable resume and not have two pennies put together because you don't know who to call when shit hit the fan, which shit has hit the fan. So in a wake-up call to the particular energy, I'm just moving forward, saying that at the very least, you know, we checking in with each other, we tapping in with each other, and that's kind of what the Slack is for. It's for us to talk, and for us to build, and for us to know, and for us to be aware at the very least. And there's also other functions such as, you know, direct messages for people that resonate with you, that you can talk to them privately. But ultimately, we just putting in a place where we can build. And I'm saying this to you, Divine Black Widow, with your business orientated self. We need this energy on the Slack. Go ahead.
I got caught back up in the working world, and that's why I want to make my true confession, because I did get discouraged. I heard everything that the other callers were saying, how you're trying to reach out to people and then people, don't want to meet. And you said it where you can't build an empire alone. And so I did, get discouraged. I actually switched my realm and was, as I shared, was a massage therapist, and sometimes when you have such big vision, or even when you're starting, that overload and that pressure can overwhelm someone. And I was one of those people to where it was just like, okay, I can't build. It's like I can't be the core or just the only brain, that's functioning.
Nah, you need a team. You need a team.
And that's why I went back into the work world. I came from Louisiana. I moved to Nebraska, and instead of just rebuilding my business, I went to sales. And so, yes, I'm honestly confessing, family, that, it does take a leap of faith to start a business, but I just want to express that the reason why I tapped in a person like myself is because I see the genuine. You're actually seeing, melanin people now wanting to connect, because it does get, discouraging, because even with working and connecting, all I saw was white. And my heart was like, man, like my people, they're wanting to, they're trying to do this. And then sometimes you get frustrated because it's more like, okay, in Louisiana, they wanted to stay at a standstill. It's like every time if I tried to push the vision higher, for us to build something higher, it was like, no. And it got discouraging. So I am speaking out and saying appreciative of seeing, this type of platform, to where it's just like I'm, hearing and I can feel the vibration, just because I am an energy person, to where you can tell that it's real. And so that's why I just wanted to express that, because regardless of how many degrees that I have, if you're alone, and it sucks.
It don't matter. It don't matter. It don't matter.
It doesn't matter. It sucks. It's lonely. And it can play on your self-esteem. And I did go, into hermit mode, because what the conscious community doesn't understand is that there are melanated people that are at these jobs not because they want to or because they want to be in white America. It's because they cannot be able to show love to their own people, because you hear it on these platforms of like people don't, saying that they want to do this, or like you said, it's just let me take, and then it's not, a give exchange.
It's the cult of personality. The conscious community has reduced into cult of personality, and hopefully we can set the trends, and everybody's platform will have a network where people can actually build. And I don't want this to be Hood Mystic is so awesome every day. Like, you know what I'm saying? I've kind of designed it and then had an outlet for it to be. I want people to curate their own relationships outside of me, and I want you to be strong enough to say, hey, this is me, and allow yourself, and even if nobody responds, to be even stronger enough to say, hey, I like what you about, I like what you saying, can we grow and build together? Like, can we exchange numbers? Can we network? What do you do? I do this, these particular things. But then beyond that, you might share your favorite song. Oh, girl, that's my jam. What's your name? I'm Divine. These particular things, so we can be business and we can be pleasure. However, like this group that I'm in now is four guys, right? It's four of us, and we was talking about like financial literacy, and I was just like, well, it don't matter, because the root of this whole conversation is we came together on some spirit shit. So even before we was talking about these finances, we had a good grasping of where we were at spiritually. So this is the connecting. And then obviously every move that we made has been in right and exact with our spirit. And whenever that's in question, I suggest that a person don't follow me, they follow their heart, And just in reference to the conscious community, these conscious people are not saying follow your heart. They're saying follow my herbs, follow my webinar, follow my class, follow, what I'm going and what I'm doing. And my thing is, you got to be a cold ass motherfucker to have a whole spiritual plan that takes into account everybody's soul mission, your class or things of that nature. So it's just, for me, I just want people's souls to resonate and vibrate to whatever frequency that they're 100% aligned to. And it's not about a personality. It's really about the heart. And so that's really what my work is. And so following that, it's hard to start a Slack. And like Michelle been on the Slack for like a year. And when nobody's saying shit, just up until recently, we got people there talking and things of that nature. So we just in a space now that we just need people like you to make themselves known. We know you working. We all working in some form or fashion. But beyond that, we can still take 2 minutes to drop a post. Hey, this is what I've been feeling. This is what I've been thinking about. Another thing that happens on there, like Michelle alluded to, one person said they had an elevator dream. About 15 other people, I had the same dream, these types of things. So it's just like, I just love the fact that these things is happening, and they really not, I kind of make it a point not to chat in the Slack, because I'm really trying to make it less about me as possible. And that's just my design. However, if you do want to reach out and you do want to talk, I'm available. But I just really want the Slack to be a place that's not about me. And a lot of people will be like, well, they might think it's about me. I'm promoting videos or some shit. Is none of that happens. It's just purely for communication. It's purely free. It ain't no hidden shit. The only thing that I would hope for is that you and people like you begin to reflect that light that's within you.
Well, it's much appreciated, and I'm not making anything up, because, as I said, coming out of being a loner, this does give you encouragement, because it's not my lonerness was not because of just, it's just all about me, like what you were sharing earlier. I heard you say that in one of the conversations about how when people start making money, they get about me. It was because I started seeing all of that, and it drew me, in, if that makes sense. Because you do have a heart, and you think about people and what they've given back, and it's just like, I'm not seeing that. And that's why I'm on this line talking, because I did see that. And I just wanted to express, like you see every time I'm on here, I'm like, hey, even if I miss something live, or if I tap in, just as simple as me even just being on the chat. I know this may sound cheesy, but it brings me joy. It really, really does.
Right.
And so,
and I'm here every morning. I'm here every morning, not for money, not for, I don't know what I'm getting in return for these lives and things of that nature. But why I do it? Because it gives me joy, and like Dreamwise and D-Ray, they say all the time, feeling good is the work. And I don't even think they realize how powerful that statement is. But it's one of the most profound statements within the quote unquote conscious community, beyond anything super spiritual that a person can be saying, or herbs, or whatever the case may be of what can heal you. But do you feel good? And that's how I know that everything is right and exact with this work and these conversations and this platform, is because it feels so good. And so hopefully you can continue that with your honesty and your truth and your expertise, and knowing that these environments do exist between melanated individuals. But like I was referencing to, thinking it was Michelle, that what you despise or what you don't like or what you see melanated people not organizing is because you're not on the forefront and on the front lines putting the shit together, right? So just throwing the ball to you, Divine, to begin open up your organizational bag.
I just got
We all get
discouraged, and I
we all
take
get
responsibility
discouraged,
for that. Yeah,
but we
that's
not
why I
gonna
said I take myself responsibility.
we not gonna stand that space of discourages, because that's the reality of humanity, and that's not really it's like I got an arm. You know what I'm saying? You discouraged, I got an arm. It's just matter of facts of life. But we not gonna use nothing as a reasoning or a logic to really tap into our spirituality. If you can understand what I'm trying to say. We've all dealt with the
Oh,
energy of discouragement. And hopefully we can come together in that space of healing, right? To get over those energies. Not get over, but understand and kind of transmute that discouragement to, I was discouraged before, now look at me. A team of individuals that's really working with me, developing with me, growing with me, almost without me even thinking about it. And I was that person that was discouraged, because I want you personally to use that testimony to use it for other women that's going to come to you in the same fashion, telling you how much of discouragement they went through previously, and you having a testimony that's based in experience of how you overcame that discouragement to build your empire. You with me?
Yeah, that's why I'm here. I'm actually about to actually sort of got tears, because as I said, that I'm just glad to, like I said, plug in and to feel a purpose, and to feel like you're not planting seeds on dead soul. And it's been reviving me. You have no idea. I'm in a whole nother state that I never have been in. Just got tired of my state and was like, I'm about to rebuild. And this whole situation, this quarantine thing, to me, I don't feel bad because everyone else is saying it that I've seen in this family. I see this as a blessing. This time has been so peaceful. This time has been where it's like, and I'm taking advantage of it. And I honestly didn't think that I would be wanting to go back into networking, in the business world. And it's just like, here's the topics, here's what people are saying. And by time stopping, it's just like the portal open, and it's just like, okay, Shanti, you're just gonna sit here and hear this, and this is in your heart, and you're not gonna go through. So that's why I'm on the line. So just for people to hear my voice, know who I am, just extending love, because.
And what's your name on the Slack? Did you get invited to the Slack? What's your name?
Yes, it's Black Widow Divine, and I did finally get in because I was messing up.
Okay, cool. And you in the Slack.
I gotta get used to this.
Yeah, it's a new technology and it's weird, but I always say, and I'm gonna continue to say, it is what you make it. It's not a me thing, it's a you thing. So, I'm gonna be looking forward to chopping it up with you like extensively on more or less like the business side and the network side, because I'm about to get on your nerves and tap into energies for which you don't want to deal with, because you feel like nobody was fucking with you and you was on your network marketing stuff. Knew that. And I'm about
not
to
that I'm
bring it to
on
the
my
start.
Butt. No.
Yeah, I'm because I feel
like that. You get distracted with all of life. Life has distracted me. I'm confessing. You're just zoom, 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 and then I need something to hold me accountable, to be like, tap in. But when you don't have a family to tap in, to be like, yo, it's easy to get caught up. I'm just confessing. It's so easy to get caught up, as a mom and life and all this, and you lose focus on the spirituality and the heart and what is important. So that is my weakness. Just confessing.
No, I'm just saying, and we're going really close with this, because as we project on this particular energy, and we'll build up the camaraderie or things of that nature. In 6 months from now, we'll be talking about this, we'll be talking about that, and people will be listening in like, these motherfuckers is full of shit. Like, they ain't done nothing, and you just got to kind of be prepared for that particular energy, because that's really what you go against, people who lack belief. But you got to have the conviction within to know that these things are right and exact, and beyond the discouraging and beyond the past and beyond everything negative, we're just taking it to the next level and we're moving forward. But I do appreciate the call, Divine. I'm gonna do some running and taking care of some business, and like I said, me and you have to kind of do the network in depth, build, you know what I'm saying? So I'm gonna just kind of put my phone on mute and kind of listen to you. I'm gonna kind of listen to you because I'm doing 2 things, 3 things, maybe even 4 things at once at this particular time. But part of it is really learning business network marketing. And that's like, I hate that, right? That sounds real nasty to me, but I'm like, I'm knee deep.
And I love it. That's so odd.
Mm-hmm.
I love it. I got 45 people. I see it's 45 people watching to hold me accountable. No, marketing is my love.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why I am working in that field. And now to channel that energy into building our people finally, mm-hmm. you have no idea what my heart feels like right now.
Okay, so yeah.
Absolutely no idea.
We in writing exactitude and we're going to build, okay?
That's what's up.
All right. Look forward to hearing from you. Thank you.
Okay. Well, it was pleasure.
It was.
Peace to everyone. And
Glad
I'm going
to finally
to
have this conversation and build, though, for real. Go ahead. Sorry. You were saying?
Yeah. Oh, no. Oh, I was just getting ready to exit. I don't know if you had any questions to say to me or...
Nah, I'm just saying, like, overall, like, if in summary, like, we got a lot of things to kind of iron out, and we got to kind of find a middle ground with your expertise and my lack of knowledge, and figure out a way to take it to a next level. And beyond that, it's about to go.
Okay. Yeah, I can say for me and to the family, I don't know anything about the doctor. You have to, I think his name is Sancho, like how you guys can talk about the Forex investment thing isn't me. Mm-hmm. But as far as marketing and promotion, that is my thing, because as you shared with the lady, you have your baby, like she described it, it's your baby, and it's your baby, but how do you tell the world that that's your baby? And marketing is the hardest thing, because you're gonna get probably so many no's before you get a yes. And one thing about it, especially since we are all spiritual, which is totally awesome and got me so excited, we have the power to not have to run around and knock for door to door to seem like we're begging, like, oh, I hope this person gives me a shot. No. Since we are able to meditate, get visions, get dreams, get downloads, from spirit, it will be led to your, I'm not good at all the terms, because I know everyone has different paths and stuff. So if I say something, I do believe everyone is mature enough to know how to acclimate, the terminology that I'm using. But you'll be led to the right person, the right door. And then you won't feel like so exhausted. And that's the new way of marketing that I would like to teach our people, because coming from the hood, I understand the hustle and bustle. Like, I've got families, got uncles. I done seen the drug life. I done seen it all. But what I have seen, which what has happened to them, is that wear and tear, it starts affecting you. Then it starts affecting your business. Then now you're drained. Now you can't sleep. You know what I'm saying? Now you're not getting downloads. Now you're not getting visions. And then now you're burnt out. And then now your business is closed. And it's just those baby steps that make a difference, just building the little seeds that you plant. And it's also being ready for the harvest as well with marketing, because if you start bringing in people as you're building your business, keep in mind, if you're not ready for that overflow, I wouldn't go blast out to 1 million people. You know what I'm saying? Then when everyone starts knocking, then you're not able to produce. And then now it's looking thinking that you're building, that your business is a failure. But it's a fine line of like what you can handle. Like for people, if you are working and have a side job, your side business, even if you have 4 or 5 or 8 customers, that is still okay because that's what you can handle, at this present time. And then like what Hood Mystic was saying, this channel and building and this one person. And so that just keeps your mind on that positivity to just be like to just pour and pour and pour. And then trust me, all that you're sending out, it's gonna multiply because then it's that what they call the word of mouth, this person and that person. But it's all about you and what you can handle, So that's one thing I just want to say about marketing is that it is also about what a person can handle too, because we blast out so much information, but we're not looking at key people. You have Facebook now, you have social media that can line you up with geographic, who is your target market, your age, your women. And then you also don't want to get so discouraged to go out of your target market because that's not who you're catering to. And then now you've lost the essence of your baby, the idea of your business, like what the young lady was saying about the dress. And I've heard that too. You got to meet the customer. Well, you just have to have enough faith to be like, my people, my customers are my customers, that allow you to still be able to do that spiritual love, nurture, and then it's that even exchange to where you love what you do compared to what you love to do now you hate, if that makes sense.
Right. And for me, it's just more or less turning what I hate to do into what I love to do, because maybe I hate it because I love it. I just don't know I love it because that hate was that barrier or blockage to figuring it out. So in reference to network marketing, I'm using that as, my target to do the unthinkable. And even if I have a network of 5 people, it beats a network of 0 people.
Right. And here's another idea concept as well. That's what comes with building a team. What you hate to do, you don't have to do, because if you network with the right person that loves to do it, you just need to have the general knowledge to know what they're saying to you, but you don't have to know how to do it.
Okay,
White
see,
folks do
and
this
that's why we friends. That's why we friends.
The CEO don't know nothing. They hire the person with the expertise to do what they do, and that's why millionaires be sitting on the yacht. That's pretty much the hustle. You hire or know the person with the expertise, and you build that business, and you have to have that relationship of trust to where I don't know what I'm doing, but we have this relationship we build, and that's just a whole dots of networking. So what you guys are talking about with building, it's so more powerful, family, than what people understand with the stepping stones, man. It's brick by brick, and it's so much more in depth to this concept than what you guys are saying. That is so important, and I just wanted to stress that as well. It makes a difference in so many more areas than people can imagine.
Yeah, and we're gonna have to bottle all of this and come to a understanding for which we can make it tangible and then accessible. But that's what the conversations that we'll have behind closed doors will be about. Just trying to make these informations be teachable and these concepts be more understandable, because we reference our people this, our people that, but then was like, well, how do we educate our people? I haven't seen nothing for which has been able to meet our people at eye level as far as the educational space. So that's what me and you gonna be talking about and building and formulate it. And even in a reference to you saying like, well, you don't have to love it, you just have to find somebody that love it. So thanks for being my friend.
That was just some boss move advice, because I hear the hustle in you, so that's why I'm just saying on some boss moves.
That's why we're gonna talk. That's why we're gonna build. That's why we're gonna create the automation, and we're gonna have that part working. But then we got to deal with some technical things. Like, it's a whole process that's gonna take some time to fully flesh out and get all the details. My idea is to let people know Like I ain't selling nobody no fairy tales. If you going for fairy tales, just go ahead, exit stage left. And you got to be prepared. I think mentally prepared and emotionally prepared. And a lot of people not there yet. However, as a spiritual leader or spiritual advisor, I got to get my shit together. And the only way I can get my shit together is by organizing and coming together with like minds. That's the example for which I'm leading. I could do the cult of personality thing. I could be hood mystic the fuck out and not think about nobody. And nobody would think none the wiser of it. You know, I'm just calling the awareness to all of the other spiritual leaders as to maybe you should stop falling into that code of personality and figure out how to deal with like minds and things of that nature and stop trying to spell your way through it. But you know, I feel like we can talk all day, but we will do that at a particular point. I'm gonna finish this off with Dream, and
Yeah,
then
I feel you.
we'll build.
Well, I'm off because I told you I pulled my Medusa today. I
Right.
called in like I'm about to shut this down, and they was like, "Oh, okay, yeah." So, and I'm glad that I did. I'm totally
I'm
glad.
gonna pull you into a DM situation, and we'll kind of message today, kind of just touch bases. So, as long as you cool with that, I'm gonna set up a particular point where me and you can kind of just text back and forth. But you on the Slack, so be
Yes,
looking forward to my
shut down
DM.
I shut down to actually introduce myself and to make myself have time to network because I wanted to get plugged in. So this is the whole purpose of me extending myself to the family so they can know who I am and to show love and just like they've been showing love to me in the chat room. So that's why I hopped on.
Indeed, y'all all heard it first. If y'all trying to tap in, get y'all situations spoken to, you can find Divine Black Widow on the Slack if you interested. How do I join the Slack, Hood Mystic? It sound complicated. How much do it cost? It's free $99. All you got to do is click the link in the description. However, if the link in the description does not work, you can send me an email like Black Widow Divine did. And what happened in 2.2 seconds? Wasn't it an email in your email saying come on to the Slack? Wasn't it easy?
Came through. I know. I was on chat like, I can't get in. I don't know what's going on because I did not know how to work it at all. I felt like, man, I'm stuck. I'm lost. I can't get in the call.
Yeah, it's real easy. And if you frustrated, email me at hoodmystic@gmail.com and we can get it popping. And Divine, just be looking out for an email from you. Oh, from me.
Up. Well,
I don't even. Yeah, be looking out on an email from me. From me.
Well, bye everyone. Like I said,
Indeed.
I love talking to even though they're not talking to me, but I can feel their energy. So,
Right.
like I said, I'm very weird. I can really feel energy, and so I'm so grateful. And this is really, really enlightening my spirit.
Indeed, it's a safe place for empaths.
Yes, because I am an empath.
Yeah.
That's why I'm just so
Indeed.
deep. Like,
Yeah.
oh man.
Yeah.
But I'm gonna let you go
Indeed.
and think, and I will reach out to talk more about building this platform. Like that is what's up.
That's definitely what's up. Thank you so much.
Okay.
All right, peace. What up, Dream?
Shit, chilling, trying to see what's going down.
Nothing much. I was about to hit you up in a second. I was about to end this live and get back on the group chat, talk business. This live went longer than I expected, but it is what it is.
I know, Honcho just told me you were still on the live. I said, okay, well, shit, let me see what he talking about there.
You know,
For real.
shit that you already own, divine masculine and divine feminine, things that you express and embody. And, you know, can you speak to that? I'm going to just ask this question because we've been talking. I just want you to speak to the balance that D-Ray has created in your relationship and in your overall life, if you can speak to that.
Oh, man, we are just yin and yang. It's a whole circle in this thing. Like that what you call what's that continuous circle or whatever, that orbit. Yeah, it's definitely something like that, man, because we definitely have both qualities inside of us in different spectrums, and just the way we bounce
things off of each other is kind of magic in itself because, you know, she's more feminine, of course. She has her intuitive side, but then she can also have her intellectual side and teach me things that I ain't seen on this
she be
thing.
on point.
Yeah, even with this 4X, we was just watching some of the videos, and she was telling me shit, and I'm like, damn, but shit, baby, you know, I'm watching them. I'm you know, I'm getting the download because I want the understanding, the intellectual understanding. But then again, you know, I do have to drive into spirit too. That's why I had this dream last night, and it was powerful. I'm gonna tell you it offline.
Sure.
About it because I kind of went to sleep with it on my mind, and then you know, the dream had kind of confirmed some things with me, kind of made me have a deeper understanding about it because what the dream was telling me basically was you can't be lazy. No laziness in this thing.
Yeah.
So then I said, all right, well, damn, now I got to take 4 hours out of my day to fuck with this bullshit.
Right. I got to learn some shit that I don't even know. And that's what sucks about this shit. I ain't even gonna hold
When
you.
really I was just trying to just, you know, try to see what it is. Can I press a few buttons and then do what the thing is? But nah, it's really a little bit deeper than rap. So now I'm like, oh, okay, well, shit. Hey, you put the investment in. Now it's time for you to pull up your pants and make the right play. You know what I'm saying? So spirit is always going to guide you in them type of instincts and that kind of knowing, you know what I'm saying, to tell you what's right or what's wrong. Man, I'm telling you, I be having dreams about stuff where I'm not even supposed to have a certain person on a show or it's going to be disastrous for me. So I couldn't even get them back on the show just because of the dream I had. Like, damn. So, you know, that's that feminine quality that happens, but, you know, you still have to balance it out with the intellect because our spirit, our higher self is just a higher way of thinking. We still have the power of choice. We still have the freedom of choice to say yes or no. You know what I'm saying? They just giving us the downloads on the higher scale to say, hey, this is what I see that's about to happen for you. Take it or leave it. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
That's when you have to use your intellectual eye, that masculine, and say, okay, well, I'm gonna run with it, or well, nah, I'm not gonna run with it because it's gonna be embarrassing, or I am gonna run with it because I'm gonna get over my embarrassment through running with it, or whatever. You know what I'm saying? So it's a powerful thing, man. And I think with me and D Ray, we kind of learned off of each other, you know, the more the balancing side, the balancing act. Even though I came into the spirituality kind of first and, you know, kind of had the tools, the understanding of what it was, she's obviously the one that's more spiritual. You know what I'm saying? I just kind of I just had it down to the intellectual T to where I could repeat the shit or whatever. But she had abundance of it flowing. So then I had to tap into myself and say, okay, this is what it looks like. This is what I'm supposed to look like in my wife. You see what I'm saying?
100%.
Which is going to bring out the best in me and, you know, power me up into a whole nother understanding and knowing instead of me being so logical and, you know, 1, 2, 3 with it. You know what I'm saying?
And when you speaking about your wife being more spiritual than you, I understand exactly what you're saying when it's like people be like, oh, Hood Mystic, you so deep or you so spiritual. I'd be like, I wouldn't be shit without my wife, fam. Like, I ain't gonna hold you. Like, my wife holds me down in that area. I'm just, you know, I was cool, you know, I was living my life, but my wife kind of raised me up to a level for which I'm even at this particular point. Just holding me down. You know what I'm saying? I don't even know how to even explain that, but yeah, it's just like a different vibration that you can get. Exactly. You can do it when you single. You like I can be all over the city and doing all types of things, but when it comes to this actual relationship, it raised me up. And I don't know. I would hope that people would have those types of relationships, regardless of the aesthetics. Those types of things that you reference with dream, that yin and yang. I see that yin and yang. Did you have a dream about that particular symbol in detail? Because I can see that yin and yang almost like it's right and exact to your relationship. like just having both energies, but then being the same thing in the same
Yeah.
situation.
Well, now I've grounded myself to the point where now I actually embody the energy, because I don't do nothing without spirit. I can't even move without meditating, early in the morning, 3 in the morning, doing my work, getting it in tough. You know what I'm saying? And then that's when I have to, take into account this intellectual thing with the study, with the reading, with the understanding, so I can appease my ego and not be so in the clouds all the time. You know what I'm saying? When I'm on a fast, man, I'll be so high up that I have to literally bring myself down by eating or running or something. I have to like ground myself back to the earth, because I start tripping out and hearing voices and shit. And I don't want to, I don't be liking that shit all the time, because you are still human.
Yeah.
So you don't want to be just like in the realms where you just kind of almost going crazy. There's a point where you have to go crazy, and that's in the work. But the work is just about you expressing yourself and not giving a fuck about the human, which is the feminine. So, females are more, how you say, or the feminine energy. I don't want to say females, but they're more expressive. They're more creative. They're more, uh, feelings. And that's what we're talking about. When you're doing your work, you want to get into the feeling of the work. You don't want to intellectualize the damn work, because that shit is not going to work. That's why I say everything has to come from your heart, that heart chakra.
Right.
When you give into your ancestors that ancestor money, there's no way on earth they're going to pick up on that shit if you coming with some bullshit thinking like, man, is this working? I've given $1. No, you got to be screaming, grandma, you hear me? What's up, baby? We here. You got to be in that zone. Like, it got to be a whole nother world, a whole nother dimension. So she can come through and pick up on the signs. Oh, yeah, you here? Okay. And that's what we're talking about, this feeling. It's not, that's the feminine energy. It's a feeling.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Men are too logical, too hunter-gatherers, too protective in that scope, which is important to have that masculine energy, because at the end of the day, you still have to live in this world.
Right.
And it's and you have to be mindful of the games that's going on, you know what I'm saying, in this world. So you have to put some logic to some things. But then at the end of the day, that's why the female is the most important figure ever. And the melanated female, fuck it, said it.
Yeah, I mean, you ain't lied though. You ain't said not a lie. So, I mean, anybody want to argue with you? Love, live life. But yeah, we got a call at 2, so I'm about to chill with my wife for a little bit and deal with this new member course that's at 2 p.m. It was on the group chat.
Yeah, I just seen that. That's why I called to get you off, man.
Yeah. Thank you.
I said, this is still on the line. I didn't even know. I was watching the video.
I'm gonna tell you, because it's like I wanted to do some shit today, so of course the live is gonna run. Like, if I ain't have shit to do, man, this shit would have been over in 30 minutes. Now that I got stuff to do, but it's all good, because I'm here to build, and I'm here for the long haul, and I'm gonna still give myself time to study and things of that nature, and still have these networks, and still do everything that I need to do, because at the end of the day, one way or another, we gonna get this work off, and we gonna get this mission across. And like I said, every time I talk to you, I'll be the one who say, man, This 823 God shit is about this prosperity, and I did not know how it was going to manifest or how it was going to matriculate. However, I'm still on that train, Dream. I'm still on my thing. This 823 God energy is about raising the vibration and lifting us up. But I'm gonna reach out to you after this live anyway to get some details on that dream. I feel like I need to tap in. I got some stuff to tell you as well, so I'm gonna hit you up anyway.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Peace,
man.
God.
Thank you, bro.
All right. Peace.
Yep. To the family that stuck through this live, this was a marathon, but we here now. Let's go ahead and give our shots out and end this episode. Be sure to like, share, and subscribe to the channel. Be sure to join the Slack. Be sure to kiss your mama. Call your mama. Tell her that you love her. And enjoy your day. It's the Hood Mystic. Represent www.hoodmystic.com. If you want a reading, you can go there. Peace out to the family.
You are now tapped in with the Hood Mystic, your favorite astrologer's favorite astrologer, your favorite mystic's favorite mystic. Time to tap in now. You are traveling with the Hood Mystic.
You are now tapped in